Good evening. It's approximately 7:40 p.m. on Thursday, April 11th, 2013. This is a meeting of the Norfolk Planning Board. Just a reminder that this meeting is being audio and video taped. We have a very full agenda here this evening, so we'll get started right away. The first item of business is to discuss a pre-submission involving 108 Main Street with Mr. Mujib Ahmed. So if you'd please come up and introduce your project. And for the record, Peter Chipman is recusing himself from this discussion.
Mujib Ahmed, the Norfolk to purchase this property.
We need to set you up with a microphone, if you would.
Hello, this is Mujib Ahmed. I'm proposing a condo project on 108 Main Street, and my engineer Yvonne will take over from here. He'll explain the whole plan and the requirements.
Thank you.
Yes, Evan Wilmoth with the Dover Land Surveying Company. My client, Mr. Ahmed, is in the process of negotiating the purchase of 108 Main Street. Currently, the existing property has a pond in the front yard. There's an existing house, and in the back is a barn and some stables, and the majority of the property is all corralled off for livestock, chickens, sheep, goats, horses. What he's proposing is, as the property is located in the B1 business district in the outside of the core, we're proposing residential dwellings under the, which will require a special permit with the planning board. Because of the configuration of the lot and the issues with the wetlands, we've determined that the best use of the property is to bring in one road which straddles the property line, thereby giving use to both 108 and number 106, which is owned by Mr. Chipman. Then when it gets into a point about 400 feet in, it would tee, and then we would have the access road to access the dwellings as we've laid out. Currently, based on the zoning bylaws and the building code, we can fit in approximately 13 duplexes. Each one will have a garage in the front for one car, and there's enough space for parking for another car between the building and the street. Each unit will be on its own, well, each building will be on its own septic tank, which will then be on a pump system up into a common septic system area, which has to be pressure doused under the state guidelines, because the total sewage flow for the entire project is over 2,000 gallons a day, which automatically triggers a pressure dousing of the entire system. As far as the drainage, we've currently set aside an area basically right where the existing house is and an area down in the back. However, the property is still yet to be tested for not only the septic but the drainage also. However, we feel that because of the issues with the wetlands out in the front, under the planning board regs, we're not supposed to set any drainage area within the 100-foot buffer of the wetlands, but the drainage that is going to go in near the wetlands is probably going to be a low-impact design, probably some type of vegetated swale or maybe even a wet pond. But that still has to be worked out once we do all the testing for the design. But basically, under the regulations, the property per the deed is around 4 acres based on compilation of the plans, all the plans in the area. I came up with about 3.8, which would allow, under the regulation, up to about 33 units to be built on the property. And what we're proposing is 13 two-family duplexes. So we're under the 33 limit. And basically, the road is a standard 24-foot wide pavement, 5-foot wide sidewalk going all the way in, full-size cul-de-sac at the end. And the other issues is, we're going to be servicing all the buildings off the existing water main and the gas main out in the street. So it will all be, on town water and on gas.
So did you say that there hasn't been any
There has
site
been,
work in terms of soil testing, anything like that?
no, however,
Borings or?
in working on Mr. Chipman's property, we've already done the soil testing for the septic. And we basically, the majority of the testing was up along the railroad area, and even the testing up in here, we had test holes 14, 15 feet deep, that was all pure medium to coarse sand, and groundwater at about 10 to 11 feet in the ground. So there should be really no issues as far as the septic. The big issues is going to be when you get down gradient, because this whole property slopes from a high point here down this way.
Mm-hmm.
So when we get down in the lower areas, it's going to be the issue of the placement of the drainage in connection to the water table.
Okay. It may be premature here to ask for comments from Gino, Tom, if there's anything, any questions, anything that you'd like to get on the table.
Well, maybe just some things to think about. I'm assuming these buildings are going to have to be sprinklered, so you'd have to bring in probably like a 6-inch line. Have you given any consideration maybe to bringing in addition to one driveway, maybe bringing in like one water line that could be shared by both the properties, either a 6 or an 8 or something, and work out some kind of a maintenance agreement for that? Or
Well, it's my understanding a duplex does not have to be sprinkled.
I think if they're within 15 feet of each other, they're considered a common fire zone. So I think they do. But you can talk to the fire chief about that.
It's
But
10-foot separation, gotta.
isn't it 15 though for a fire zone?
Fire code.
10. All right.
Yeah, and right now we've got 12-foot clear between the
Oh, okay.
buildings
All right.
to allow for any overhangs or eaves or gutters.
And the only other thing I was thinking about was your suggestion to have individual pumps, septic pumps for each. Have you considered doing a common pump station where I guess it's going to be a condo, so there have to be an association only? The economics might work better, and particularly, and you got to do something about either storage or emergency power. So if you had it in one place, it might be more economic to deal with. I don't know.
Well, under the town regulations, any system that's on a pump must be provided with an emergency bypass connection.
Right.
That's part of the Board of Health regulations. And in this case, what's being proposed for the septic tanks is a 2,000-gallon combo septic tank pump chamber, 1,500-gallon tank with a 500-gallon pump chamber. And basically, each building only has a 440-gallon-a-day capacity, because it's two-bedroom units. And so there's more than enough storage capacity for the one-day storage, plus because it's a pressure douse system, and what's going to actually happen is each building will be dedicated one leach line, because you only need, because of the soils and the conditions, you only need one 100-foot leach line to service a 4-bedroom house. But because we're, setting all the systems in the same area, we're going to comply with the 2,000 gallon a day requirement of pressure dousing.
Okay. So they're really kind of separate but close leaching fields then?
Yeah.
Okay.
The only comment I would have is, perhaps, I don't know if you've discussed it with the building inspector yet, but while I think it makes a lot of sense to have that common drive entrance, and because of the definition of frontage being where access is provided, it's only like half on the frontage and half off the frontage. So I just suggest checking that out with how he might interpret that.
Yeah, there was another proposal that had something similar, that not the village at River's Edge, but the other one that was proposed to be added to front.
Yeah.
They were doing some common splitting of, but I don't know whether they ever got to the point of talking it over with Mr. Bullock or not, but
The Hickory Bend.
yeah, Hickory Bend, yeah.
Talking it over with Mr. Bullock.
Yes,
here you
that gentleman right there.
Not to put him on the spot.
Bob, does that comply with? Yeah.
Gotta get you a microphone, though.
What's going on?
Well, I guess the question is, this conceptual plan shows a common driveway that straddles the lot line between two properties, and whether that complies with the definition of frontage of being that portion of the lot that provides access. Certainly, access is being provided from the frontage, but not completely from the frontage.
I would have to go back and take a look at this. This isn't
Yeah,
something I'm going to be able
exactly.
to answer right off the top of my head, so. It's unique, I honestly haven't given it any thought.
It certainly makes sense to minimize the driveway entrances on Main Street.
I've heard the concept, and, honestly, I didn't look at it as far as frontage and access goes, so I agree. I think this is the right way to do it. It's just whether or not the zoning, prohibits it or not. Is that it? Yeah.
That was it.
I think so.
Okay.
Board members, any questions at this point?
Where is most of the stormwater going? That's from the upper portion.
From this upper portion, right now, it's proposed to go down in this back area,
In the back area, meaning,
down in this,
so you're planning on putting what, retention basin there, or? Underground?
until we do the testing, I'm not sure whether it's going to be underground or a basin.
Because how much room is there back in that area?
Well, that area is approximately about 80 by 70.
At its narrow spot?
In this area there. So you're looking 560, 600 square feet surface area that we could use.
Steve, aren't you going to ask the length of the cul-de-sac?
Well, I heard it was a driveway. I didn't think that, this isn't gonna become a town road, is it? I heard driveway, so I was assuming that you were keeping it as a private drive.
To the best of my knowledge, yes, it's going to be staying private.
Yeah, I think that we've done that in a couple of locations where private drives were allowed to be longer, but just not town roads.
later on in the evening, we're going to be talking about town meeting zoning articles. And one of the things that confused people at the last town meeting was density. So can I just ask, for the people who might be listening, presently you have about 4 acres of land, for those of us that do simple math.
Correct.
And you're proposing 13,
13 two-family,
so
well,
that's,
13 two-family units.
okay, and is that the maximum density allowed on that lot in the
No,
B1?
based on the acreage, it's almost 33, 34 units total, so it would be 17 buildings.
17 buildings would be allowed on 4 acres, and the
Yep.
reason you went with 13 is probably the configuration of the
It's
lot?
configuration of the lot, plus we're losing almost half the property due to the wetlands issues down in the front.
Okay. That's under present zoning.
Correct. Yeah, the current zoning says to do a residential development like this in a B1 district, you must have a minimum of 4 units per lot with a maximum of 1 unit per 5,000 square feet of land.
Yeah, but a lot of us think visually, so seeing this displayed might actually help people get a better sense that the density in the back is, if you had 4 extra lots, it would probably, the 4 extra buildings you might be able to fit on the property might theoretically be in the pond area of the lot,
Well,
and still have the same visual effect.
well, basically the way it's set up right now, because of the heavy forestation out between the pond and Main Street, and then there's some heavy woods along this side of the property, you will almost not even be able to see any buildings out there from Main Street, during most of the foliage season.
It's a private drive. You're talking about bringing in a sidewalk on only one side because it's a shared drive. Does the sidewalk go around to every single unit?
The sidewalk will basically just, the way it's proposed right now, it goes in on the left-hand side and then follows the left-hand side of the road down to the end of the cul-de-sac.
And is it 24 or 12 feet wide as a drive when you get into the...
The
In that
width of the
area.
pavement is 24-foot wide
Still stays at
pavement
24.
with a 5-foot wide sidewalk. So basically, from the outside of the curb to the back of the walk is 30 feet.
Mhm.
We're not asking for a reduction in pavement width or the sidewalk width or the size of the cul-de-sac.
You didn't suggest that you're going to be needing any variances.
At the moment, I believe the only thing we possibly may need will be the special permit for the multi-lot development. Actually, not multi-lot, but the residential development in a B1 district.
I think that's correct. Yep. Okay. So in terms of your timetable, just so we have some idea what to prepare for, what are your thoughts in terms of next steps?
Currently, right now, the next step is up to my client on, I mean, if it appears things are favorable with the board and we get some input back maybe from the Board of Health, if he makes the decision to move ahead, then we've got to schedule the testing with the Board of Health for not only the septic but the drainage. Hopefully we can have that wrapped up by the end of the month. And at the same time, all the topographical survey and the land survey of the property can be done. So you're probably looking, by the time everything's put on paper and the design put together, you're probably looking at an initial submittal sometime around, I would have to say, the 3rd or 4th week in May.
Okay.
That ought to be on a realistic side.
Okay. Do you have any other questions for the board tonight?
Not at the moment. have anything.
It's not a public hearing, but if there's any questions or any comments, any perspective, certainly welcome it. Okay,
Thank you very much.
thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
good
you.
luck. Yep.
How you doing? Oh, my God. Which way'd you go? Which way'd you go?
Peter coming back?
No, this is engineer. Nice try.
Okay. Next item of business is to discuss the request for releases of lots 7 through 12 at Fern Ridge Estates. And Mr. Petrozzi is here, so if you'd grab a mic, Lou.
Hi there.
Good evening.
Well, I submitted a request for lot releases, I forget how long ago, 60 or 90 days ago. I believe the number that was given to us is 100. We currently have, just so the board refresh their memory, we currently have a lender's agreement in place that covered first phase of the development, which is essentially a loop of a roadway from Winston Road over to Spencer Lane to Turner Street. That encompassed, I believe, seven lots. And since that time, we've constructed the roadway to the cul-de-sac, and we've built half a dozen houses, and we're now ready to open up for marketing purposes the rest of the development that are for the lots that are up and around the cul-de-sac. So the number that was, so we're looking to increase the existing lender's agreements because nothing has been requested as a reduction from that number. And we're looking to increase that number to provide security for the balance of the improvements through up and through the cul-de-sac. So that the performance agreement would be increased to $142,387 from, I believe it was $92,000. So we're, yeah, whatever that number is. So we're increasing the amount of security for the completion of that additional portion of roadway that was not previously secured. Keeping in mind that much of what the agreement is securing is work that will be done quite a ways down the road when the houses, when a substantial portion of the development and the houses are built, meaning sidewalks, curbing, street trees, finished pavement, that sort of type of work, which typically we wouldn't be contemplated until or at least 3/4 of the homes have been built on the lots. And so that's really kind of where we're at. We'd like the board to approve the lot releases so that we can move along with the rest of the construction of the lots.
Okay, so just to bring everyone up to date, we actually had a meeting, myself, Mr. Petrozzi, Mr. Houston, and Mr. McGee. That meeting took place on March 28th. And the reason why the meeting took place is there was some disagreement in terms of Some of the disagreement involved what should be done, and some of the disagreement involved, when it should be done. So there were a few details that hadn't been worked out yet, and those details, I believe, were exclusively associated with what I'll call the off-site mitigation, the work associated with Turner Street and with Winston. So that meeting took place, and Bob McGee, where we left it is that Bob would indicate what would be required from his perspective in order for him to feel that the town was protected going forward. I talked to Bob yesterday and again today, and the way that he would like to proceed is he would like to pursue independent security for the public ways with you and work directly with you. So in terms of what form the surety is, I mean, you just work that out with him in terms of timetable and those other details. In terms of the planning board, I think you've expressed in the past, and you expressed at the meeting, a preference for a tripartite agreement, basically, which is basically what's in place. That's what's in place presently. Right. So I guess the conversations that I've had with Bob McGee have been along the lines of you addressing the security for the off-site mitigation, and you either increasing the amount of the existing tripartite agreement, or whether you're going to replace it or amend it, I'm not sure. But basically do those things, both those things, and we can also discuss whether there's any outstanding issues in terms of easements and such, and I'll let Gino handle that conversation. But do both those things prior to the release of the remaining lots. That's basically the conversation I had with Bob as recently as today.
Well, the way we left the meeting, I thought, was that we were going to determine what that amount of security that was going to be required, additional security was going to be required to make the town comfortable with completing the work primarily on Winston Road, because as you know, I already had prepared to submit a bond for the work on Turner Street. So what we're really talking about is determining amount of what the cost of improvements on Winston Road that Wall Street would be performing, and either, as you say, increasing the amount of the tri-party or posting separate security. The problem, I guess, is that it's been several weeks. Well, we had the meeting, but it was several weeks. This has been going on for several weeks, and we still don't have a number, and we don't have, at least I don't have a number.
Well,
of
were these provided to you? There's a cost to complete from Bob for Turner, and there's one for Winston?
I've not seen anything. Not since the, since, are those different than the ones that?
No, they're probably the same ones that we...
March 14 date, Lou?
Oh, well, yeah, I have those where it's, yeah.
I haven't gotten anything.
Yeah, we have a serious disagreement over and this is dated April 11th, so this is the first time I'm seeing this. But, so his numbers have changed, so these numbers are different, Jeff, than what was previously dated 3/14, but we had our meeting on March 22nd, I think.
28th.
Well, one of them's from October 29th, 2012.
That's the date on it, whether or not he updated it and didn't redate it.
Yeah, the numbers for Turner Street haven't changed, and I don't, we have some, I don't call it disagreement, but opinion of, we agreed to post a bond for $15,000 for the Turner Street road work. And that eliminated, there's a 15% contingency, and then there's a $2,000 for as-built plans, and we had said that we would do what he needed as for as-built, and we'd get it done imminently, within the next couple of weeks. The figure, so I don't think there's that much discussion that needs to happen on the Turner Street.
Well, I just want to make it clear,
Yeah.
the planning board doesn't want to negotiate his number. You'll need to work that out
Right, well,
directly with him.
but again, the numbers that you're showing me tonight for the Winston Road items, those are new numbers to me.
Okay.
I've not seen these numbers before, so I'd be happy to go back and discuss these with Bob and work out
Okay.
a separate arrangement.
Yeah, he's anxious to do that.
Yeah, but this is the first time I'm seeing these numbers. One of the things that we talked about at our meeting was leaving one lot as security to the town. In other words, not releasing all of the lots, but releasing all of the lots but one lot. That would give you sufficient security.
Yeah, that's
Plus
your
the tri-party-
decision, but yeah,
Plus the
that's one.
tri-party agreement to secure, the performance of the off-site Winston Road. Because theoretically, as we talked about, that work is not scheduled to be done for, say, 2 years down the line. And I think Bob had a schedule that was somewhat more accelerated than that in terms of what he wanted to do or have done out there. So I don't know what the appetite of the planning board is to keeping one of the lots as security within the covenant, releasing the other 5, and still having the lender's agreement in addition to that. So the lot would be sort of like the security for the off-site, the Winston Road stuff. And that's what we would propose, because it's not easy to juggle the numbers within the confines of our construction notes at this point.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, Jeff, but then therefore, it would not just only be a unreleased lot, but it would actually be collateralized by agreement.
Well, we'd have the existing tri-party, which is $142,000, which at some point the board could say, well, we're choosing not to release monies for work that we've already done within the subdivision. For example, if we came in and we said, well, we built all these sidewalks, reduce our tri-party agreement down to $110,000. Well, the board would be, at that point, we would say that would be a time when the reduction shouldn't be granted because of this, we'd sort of like even it out as we did more work in the subdivision, the numbers would even out. Then the lot, once we got to a point where the cost of the off-site on Winston and the remaining work in the subdivision balanced out, then the lot would then become available for release. You follow what I'm saying?
I follow what you're saying. I think the problem that we have is that, nothing's been easy. And
Not for me, it hasn't. I know that.
I personally, it's not my idea, but I personally like the idea of keeping these things separate so that Bob can work, through the details with you about his things involving the public way. And we can work through those issues involving, the on-site activities and such. I just think that given the history, and I'm not placing blame, I'm just saying it is what it is at this point, maybe we should just keep them separate. And
Right, but in the meantime, I'm at least entitled to a release of, if not all the lots, a good portion of the lots. Whether or not the planning board thinks that they are, need additional security for the Winston Road work, that's another question, but I'm offering to keep one lot within the covenant, which would clearly be sufficient security in addition to the 142,000, which includes contingencies, at least the 15% is contingency money. So you already have, let's call it $25,000 in contingency money as part of that 142. You have the lot, which would also be security, and you'd have the ability to not grant future reductions in the tri-party agreement going forward. So you have three avenues of keeping the security that you need for the off-site. And you have the $15,000 bond that we'll be posting for the Turner Street work, which is of,
But Lou, isn't the existing lots all secured by Needham Bank currently?
yeah, they are, and.
So it would be a junior lien at best.
Yeah, junior lien, but as we sell the balance of the lots, that lot would then become free and clear. I mean, there's an acceleration of, as the development moves towards the finish line, at the end of the day, those lots become less encumbered, in other words.
I'm not as, I don't understand, other than the lots have value. Do you remember, I don't want to put you on the spot, the timing of the Winston Road, Turner Road improvements, when the decision anticipated the work would be completed?
I don't believe there's any specificity. There's 3 years from the point at which the decision was recorded, which is April 23rd. In the 3-year, it's April 23rd, 2010, so 3 years is April 23rd, 2013, but with the subdivision extension.
Permit
because
extension
of
act.
the recession, what have you.
Right.
So now that gets pushed out to 2017.
Right.
So, that's really the only date. Now,
Outside
Bob
date.
has some other concerns and some other interests, which I think he'd like to negotiate with you, Lou, in terms of the timing for some of the work.
Like when he's going to be,
Which,
when he has availability. And
Well, I mean, he's got-
whatever his issues are.
Yeah, I mean, he's got other infrastructure things he's
Right.
trying to coordinate, so, I'm just gonna speak for myself. I'd certainly like to see, you and Bob work through that, come up with, a cost to complete that you think is acceptable, come up with a timetable, which, I know a portion of the work he'd like to complete and have completed sooner rather than later, and I think much of it probably won't take place until, later in the process when you're closer to completing the subdivision, but, based on my interpretation here, at least, of the decision, and based on some conversation that I've had with town council, that I think it is reasonable and maybe customary for the planning board to rely on that type of security for the DPW prior to the release of certainly all lots, and then it's a question of whether holding out a lot. And we can have that conversation, but I think where this should start is with you and Bob McGee trying to discuss, what needs to be done and when, so that we can, come up with a favorable, bring this to a favorable conclusion.
Well, let me
That's
ask
my
you.
opinion.
Let me ask you this, because I hear what you're saying, and I'm offering to leave one lot within the covenant as the additional security. So, if I were to take this number and add this to my tri-party agreement as a sort of a supplement or another addendum to that agreement, then the board is obligated to release all of the lots, regardless of whether or not I work out a timetable or negotiate something with Bob McGee. So,
I'm not sure I agree with you there.
Well,
I mean, I think the DPW is a separate entity from the planning board in terms of, we've had this conversation before about on-site. I don't want it to come down to that, but I don't want to negotiate for Bob McGee. I mean, he's not here tonight,
listen,
so.
my approval doesn't come from Bob McGee. Bob McGee is not involved.
He's responsible for public ways.
He's not involved in my decision with the planning board.
I'm not sure I agree with you.
My arrangement is with the planning board. I'm asking for the release of the lots. I've offered and provided the security that has been told to us is what's required for the release of the lots of the construction of the improvements in the subdivision. We've gone even further by offering to keep one of the lots left in the covenant that would be additional security to the planning board. I really don't want to get into a big brouhaha over whether or who's right or wrong, but I think we're entitled to the release of at least 5 out of the 6 lots, based on what I've provided you tonight. And you can, and if I come back the next meeting with an increased tri-party or other security that is allowed for under the subdivision control law, I'm entitled to my lot releases.
And I'm not sure that that's true. We would certainly want to
Really?
let our legal counsel review that tripartite agreement. And once again, I have no interest in negotiating for the DPW tonight. He's responsible for the public ways, and you and he haven't been able to come to terms on some of these things. So the planning board doesn't want to get in the middle of that as far as the public ways.
Like I said, Bob McGee, DPW, has no role in the approval of this subdivision.
Perhaps I could say it a
Sarah.
different way. I totally agree with everything Jeff is saying, and I totally agree with the separation of the two sources of money. What I hear Jeff saying is that there's work off-site that is in the public ways, that was part of your agreement to get done. Our DPW is saying they will take on getting it done because the work hasn't been complete. They're working for us. We are asking, speaking as an individual member, Jeff speaking as an individual member, are asking that you put aside money so that our DPW can get work done that your agreement says you would get done.
No, that's not it. That's not it at all, Andrea.
Wall Street is not delinquent now in terms of
Exactly.
timetable.
Don't try to put us in a position where we're in default of any obligation. We're not.
But-
we have 3 years
Yep, correct.
from the date of endorsement of the plan and the posting of and the recording of the plan. So we're not in default of anything. And these are not obligations that we're required to perform today. And Bob McGee and the DPW aren't doing us a favor by doing it for us. We're not asking for anybody to do anything for us. We're doing it on our timetable based on what we've been allowed to do under your certificate of approval. So don't twist things around thinking that we're not
Okay.
doing things properly.
So there's conditions in the decision, okay, that certainly one could make a reasonable argument that the planning board has the authority to separate the on-site from the off-site, particularly where the DPW is responsible for the off-site. And all I'm saying is, I certainly want to start the process there because I can't negotiate for the DPW, and you guys haven't been able to agree. So
I would suggest then, you're taking the position that it's an all or nothing type of arrangement. And I'm
your words, not mine.
Well,
And your words.
That's what it appears to me.
No, I'm just saying.
You're
that
saying if I can't reach an agreement with the DPW, then this board is not going to honor its obligations to release the lots, notwithstanding the fact that I've posted the proper security. That's what you're telling me.
Condition 54 has some requirements in terms of the public ways. Okay, so we need to pay attention to those requirements, and I am not going to negotiate for Bob McGee. I mean, he needs to work directly with you on those things. And, he has access to legal counsel, and in fact, he's felt it obligated to do that at this
But what
point
you're
because he
telling
hasn't been
me
able to come to agreement with you.
What you're telling me is that the release of these future lots is contingent upon reaching an agreement with the DPW.
No, it's contingent upon your condition of approval.
No, that's not what he's saying. No,
That's what I'm saying.
That's what he's
I'm
saying.
saying.
And
there's
one of your
What
conditions
does
of
condition
approval.
54 say?
I'm not going to read the whole thing, but it has reference here to work within the public way. It shall be completed and/or restored prior to release of lots.
Really?
So, we want to work with you, Lou, but we just got to get this stuff articulated. Let's get it defined and let's move forward. I mean, really. And I'm uncomfortable getting between you and Bob McGee at this point to negotiate these things because I'm not an expert on the public ways. He is, not me.
Okay. So that's how you want to handle it. All right, we'll handle it.
So the request is that you work with the DPW to address those off-site requirements in the form of some type of security.
Yeah.
And you can work that out with Bob. And that we will work with you on the on-site.
So why doesn't-
So we'll be happy to work on a tripartite agreement for on-site,
Okay.
but that's not an automatic that means that
Well, let
there's
me-
lot release.
Let me ask the question then.
Mhm.
Subject to reaching of an agreement with DPW, the performance agreement that we've presented to you tonight, or have been presented before, increasing the amount to $142,000 and some odd dollars, the board is perfectly able to approve the release of those lots subject to an agreement with Bob McGee being reached for the off-site. And I would think that the board should approve that tonight. That way I don't have to keep coming back. If you're saying reach,
We can certainly address the on-site requirements and the tripartite agreement related to that. We can certainly do that.
So I would appreciate if the
Okay.
board would vote that tonight, and we
Just
could,
before we get to that point, Jeff, I have a question. These two sheets, Turner and Winston, we're talking about 85, 86,000 bucks. These are the off-site numbers.
Right.
Are we close on that, or are you far away with Bob on that?
the Turner Street numbers are fairly consistent. I haven't seen the Winston Road numbers. They've been reduced from the last time I saw them. I'll have to
Okay.
review them tomorrow. I don't know
All right.
how close they are or that kind of thing. But what I do know is the 142,397 number for the inside the subdivision work is not in disagreement at all, I don't believe.
No, it's not. The only other thing I would ask, Gino, just help us understand, are we up to date in terms of any other requirements, in terms of easements, these types of things? I mean, if we're not orchestrating lot release, it's not such an important matter, but I think the sooner we get aligned on these things, the better, just based on my experience so far.
There were conditions to provide, and I don't know if these may have been done, or I don't know if they've been done or not, but to provide an easement for water line looping to, I can't say the name of the street. Chickatawbit.
That was subsequently, the previous DPW director previously indicated that he did not want that. So we can go back to the minutes and discuss that.
Okay. The deeds to the open space parcels were supposed to be provided prior to release of lot.
I don't know that that was done or not.
Okay.
I think at the meeting, Lou, we talked about that you'd put the deeds in escrow
Oh, yeah,
in
we'll-
case you needed to work on the
Yeah, well, we're
lots.
perfectly willing to do that. I think the question came up as to, the detention basins and there's other work that's ongoing on the open space parcel, so we're getting taxed for them, we're paying real estate taxes on them as individual parcels. We'd be happy to convey them with the reservation of easement rights.
And that's exactly what the decision
Yeah.
says, that
Yeah.
if the work is not done at the time of
Yeah,
transfer, that those,
we can certainly do that
Those
if
easements
that's
would
what
be
the board wishes to
transferred
have
back.
done.
and then a management plan for the open space. That's
I thought that was submitted, but
That might be in the file somewhere.
the management plan is to just keep it undisturbed.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, it's a one-line plan.
Those are the items, yes.
So if that's what is, that's what the board would like, we'd be happy to prepare deeds, put them in escrow, or even record them
Probably makes sense.
with the
just to
reservation of
address those
easement
things.
rights. Yeah, I
It
mean,
makes sense.
it's not objectionable at all, but I think overall, to avoid having to come back to these types of meetings, we know what the number is for the improvements inside the subdivision. Let's get that out of the way. You can keep the lot releases here in your possession, and the tri-party agreement in your possession. It's all signed and endorsed by the bank and ourselves. And when Bob McGee and myself get married and reach an agreement, we'll be happy to, then I can just come by and pick it up, not have to come back to another meeting.
Well, we'll still
Well-
have to vote on the lot
Well,
releases.
I'm not sure we know what the number is in terms of lots you're asking to be released.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the lots.
We would still have that remaining.
I mean, that's what I'm saying, is the preference for it to be all of them, but contingent on you working on a separate
Well,
agreement here with the DPW. I mean, is
Right,
that-
I would
but
say,
you're
I'm
gonna
thinking we wouldn't
hold
release
these.
lots
You're not-
tonight, so
You're
you
not-
still
You're
would.
gonna
come back
vote to release the lots and sign the documents.
No, I'd vote for the amount, but I wouldn't vote to release the
Well,
lots.
they go hand in hand. So, and then you'd hold them, just like any other decision, you'd hold them, they'd be in your possession, they can't
I
be
wouldn't vote
recorded.
that way
No.
either tonight.
No, we can vote on the amount for the tripartite agreement
Okay.
as a separate, that's a separate
A separate
activity versus the release
Okay.
of all the
Go-
lots, all but one of the
In
lots, or
fact, we'd have
whatever.
to do two separate
I mean,
votes for them
You
anyway.
realize that if you approve the number, I'm entitled to all the lot releases, so I'm
That's
just trying to
not
help
what
you
I've been-
guys.
That's not what I've been told by town
So
council.
why would I give
Well,
you?
you've got conditions right here that say things have to be done before the release of lots. It's written right there.
Just trying to suggest to you that you may want to rethink. If you want to approve the number, fine, and sign the tri-party agreement,
I would say, we'll approve the number,
okay.
we won't execute the tri-party agreement tonight. We can execute
All
at
right,
any
well-
time, you don't need to be here for that. But we'll approve the number, so we'll at least address that business. for
Okay,
you.
and how do you want to handle the lot releases that are tied into that?
I mean, me personally, I really don't want to go there until I know if you and Bob McGee can address this so that the DPW feels as though the public ways are being adequately addressed, in terms of the remainder of the work for the subdivision. That's me personally. I can't
Right.
speak for everyone on the
Well,
board.
I'm suggesting that if you were to approve these lot releases and hold them in escrow, just like any other attorney would, and you'd be satisfying that requirement.
And I'm
as soon
going to
as-
give you a simple answer because I'm not an attorney and I don't know the
All right, so-
ramifications of that. I'm just uncomfortable personally with that.
So why don't I'll leave the tri-party agreement with you, and you can approve them. Geez, I hope I brought them.
We're going to vote on the amount for the tri-party agreement. Okay. So if you'd like, I can entertain a motion to increase the amount of the tripartite agreement. You're going to do an amendment to that existing one? Is that your plan?
This one would replace.
What's the amount on it?
The new one?
142,387.
These are
Right,
three-
but what's,
It's the
According to
old
third
ones here.
okay, you
paragraph.
don't have one.
These are three originally signed Form G4s.
I thought, isn't this included with that?
An additional
thing that's
security
required
of
on this
49 would be
form-
required.
Well,
Is
we
for the
accepted
planning board
this.
to sign it
An additional amount.
and
Doesn't that bring that up to that?
have it notarized.
Right. So Lou,
I think-
I'm lost
let
here
me take
because
a
there's
look here.
way
I
too
think-
many things going on. Jeff, explain this
Yeah.
to me. We've got $143,000 out on a, within the subdivision, to cost to complete.
With, including his newest lots he wants to release.
Right. And you're willing to put up a tri-party agreement of 143,000, give or take. All right, so why are you throwing out another lot?
No,
No, he's not, he's,
I was only offering that as security for the offsite improvement.
instead of negotiating with
Which
Bob
is
McGee.
something that we shouldn't be involved
Right,
in.
it
You should be
muddles it
involved
too
with
much.
Bob
Right, so
McGee
So we're
on.
deciding that we're gonna separate that.
So these two pages have nothing to do with
And what
this.
I'm suggesting is that we vote on the amount for the on-site mitigation, and we have our legal counsel review the tripartite agreement before executing it.
It's your form. I mean,
Okay.
we do.
It's
Yeah,
okay.
okay.
I mean, given the history with the project, Lou, I'm sorry.
Listen, I take offense to that.
I-
There's no history with this
Lou,
project. that
nothing has been
anyone-
easy. Nothing has been
Really?
easy, and I'm not pointing blame, I'm just
Nothing's
saying,
been
nothing has been easy.
You should get out there and try and build these things. See how easy it is.
We all have our own headaches, okay, to deal
You
with.
make it sound like we're a problem,
I,
okay? To me, we're
I
not a
was
problem.
disappointed that you and Bob McGee couldn't work this out.
Jeff,
No, I'm not pointing blame, Lou, I'm
Jeff,
just saying,
Have you looked
it
at-
seems like that's happened.
I just briefly looked
Yep,
at his
yep.
number. His number has already come down $31,000 or $32,000 from the last number
Mm-hmm.
that he gave us. So I'm not adjusting my numbers. The numbers have to come down from the town perspective.
And this
okay?
is exactly why I don't want to negotiate for the
Right.
DPW. You
Well,
need to do that directly with
So,
them.
if it would be okay, I'd like to take advantage of the board's generosity and approve the number for
We're
the
gonna-
type
Well,
We're gonna-
before we go on, I mean, I just want to make sure that we had issues with the drainage structures over there on the pond. Is that all handled? Is that all dealt
I
with?
don't know what you're talking about, drainage.
It's,
The weirs and everything else over on the pond, is that
The
dealt with?
pond, the pond?
Yeah.
Is in the retention
We-
pond or is in Callahan Pond?
Callahan Pond.
That's,
That's
Okay,
not a
I mean, based on the conversations that have taken place, and, Mr. Houston has been part of those, some of those conversations, certainly, we are trying to be now very specific about what is in the decision, what Wall Street is accountable for, and what they are not accountable for. And I think that's the way this is going to have to proceed at this point. And that's what you're looking for, and that's what we're going to do. I mean, that's what we need to do at this point to move
Okay.
this thing forward, so.
Well, I would say, why don't we have legal counsel check this out and not do anything about increasing this amount until legal has looked at this tripartite agreement?
Well, the on-site is fine. The on-site is fine, the cost to complete. Okay, so we can certainly increase the amount of the tripartite for the on-site. And, in fairness to Wall Street, they came here this evening, if we agree on that, and I can tell you based on the meeting, and I know everyone was aware of that meeting taking place on March 28th, that's something that we can do, and the DPW is in agreement. They're aligned with that number. So my recommendation is to do that, vote on the increase in the tripartite for on-site mitigation.
Well, the concern I have is that the vote not be taken as a release.
Yeah. We would have to do two separate votes anyway. We'd
Not,
have
no,
to
but that
increase.
that these documents don't even get signed and go out the door and get executed.
No, they're not going to get signed.
Regardless
We're
of
going
the
to
vote.
take
Agreeing
them
on
and
a
we're going to
calculate,
review them.
on a value.
We're gonna review them.
Yeah, I mean,
It's the value of the work within the subdivision. There are obligations beyond that arising from the decision to do off-site work. So we haven't set the amount for that, but we can agree on what's
Right.
happening inside the subdivision.
So basically, we have an elephant to eat. Let's take the next bite and get that behind us.
Right.
All right?
exactly.
It's
And
a
we
good
can
way to
take a
put it.
vote.
We started this when I had no gray hair and you had a lot more hair 11, 12
Thanks a
years
lot,
ago.
Peter, yeah.
Come on. We got to get through this once and for all.
just follow the rules, that's all, we're following the rules.
Don't go there.
I will let
We're all following the rules.
Right.
We're all following.
Let's just try to
Okay.
find a way.
All right,
Okay.
I'm going to try to
And
make a
you're
motion.
going to proceed with getting the deeds drafted up for conveying the open
that's what
space?
the board wants, sure.
Yeah, I mean, certainly before we get to lot release, you would want to do that. You would want to clean that up.
And we can
We have
exchange the lot
made that
releases for
And in
free.
fairness to you, we haven't discussed it, so now we're discussing it, so yeah, please go ahead and,
It's the fairest you've ever been to me, Jeff.
thank you. I try to be fair.
I'm going to move that we approve a value of $142,387 for the tripartite agreement value for inside the site development subdivision portion of the work.
I'll second that.
Of Fernwood. Fern Ridge.
Fern
yeah.
Ridge subdivision.
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Andrew,
Andrew is opposed?
Okay, thank you very much, I'll speak with DPW.
thanks.
Thank you.
And work on those deeds.
Thank you. Just a suggestion. I think that you have the right to open the hearing.
Well, you could see, you could see who's here for it.
So we have to open
Right, and then
Recess
postpone
it
it until
until-
after the other one.
because everybody is.
Right.
Well, but confirm that.
Exactly,
Confirm
right.
that first.
Huh?
Confirm that first, so you're not
I'm pretty sure, I mean,
Okay.
offending people.
According to our agenda, the next item of business is to be a public hearing for the town meeting zoning articles, numbers 9 through 13. But I'd like to ask how many people are here for that business here this evening? Okay. A handful of people, okay. And the next item of business after that is a public hearing for the Pine Street Medical Building site plan at the corner of Pine and Valley Street. So how many people are here for that?
Same people.
Yeah, along with the same people.
Yeah.
Stay for both anyway, so
Yeah.
I think it's still okay to
Okay.
switch.
Okay. Where these are public hearings, we'll stick with the agenda, and we'll proceed here to public hearing for the town meeting zoning article, so I'll turn it over here to Michelle Mayhew.
Notice is hereby given in accordance with Chapter 40A of the Mass General Law that the Norfolk Planning Board will hold a public hearing on Thursday, April 11, 2013, at 8 o'clock at the Norfolk Town Hall, 1 Liberty Lane, Norfolk, to discuss proposed changes to the Norfolk zoning bylaws, which have been submitted to the warrant for the May 7, 2013 annual town meeting. Complete copies of the text of the amendments and a map illustrating the new C1 sub-areas are available for review in the Planning Board office during the hours of 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Thursday. I don't have to read the brief summary of each, do I?
I think what we did last
Just
time.
refer to it as written in
Let's see.
the notice.
Yeah,
You could just refer to the notice.
yeah, we just refer to it.
Okay, the summary of the articles were outlined in the notice that was publicly advertised. Any questions about that? Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
I agree.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Okay.
Okay?
Steve McLean, he's made a suggestion. I think it's a good one here.
Okay, I'm going to make a motion to postpone the zoning article hearing until after the next hearing of the Pine Street Medical Building site plan.
Second.
Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Given no hearing notice.
So we need to, so are we continuing that? Do we need to take that?
We'll just open it after we have the next hearing.
Okay. Some parliamentary procedure here, just trying to get it correct, as correct as possible. Okay, so with that, we're going to continue now with the next public hearing, which is for the Pine Street Medical Building site plan. Michelle?
Notice is hereby given that in accordance with Mass General Law, Section 40A, and the Norfolk zoning bylaws, Section F.11, a public hearing will be held on Thursday, April 11, 2013, at 8:30 p.m. in Room 124 at the Norfolk Town Hall, 1 Liberty Lane, Norfolk, Mass., relative to a site plan application for property located at the inside corner at the westerly intersection of Pine and Valley Streets in Norfolk, Mass. The applicant, CT Compass Development, LLC, for Pine Street Medical Center, LLC of Bedford, Mass., is proposing construction of a new 3-story, 36,650 square foot medical building with parking and appurtenant utilities. The applicant is also requesting a special permit application to not require the entire frontage road to be constructed. See sections F9A18 and J4A6A. And a stormwater management permit and earth removal relocation permit. The property is located in the C1 zoning district, reference Assessors Map 26, Block 81, Lots 1, 8 through 12. The plan and application are available for public inspection in the office of the Norfolk Planning Board during regular office hours.
Okay. So, who is here this evening to present this project? Grab a microphone if you would. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, welcome.
My name is Chuck Cicchetto, and I represent Compass Development by Design Construction for this project. My brother Tom is here with me. We're partners in this project. With us is Greg Pando. Greg is the architect for the building. Paul Merkel. Did I say that right? Paul's a site engineer. Also, I have Mike Higgins, Dr. Mike Higgins, and Dr. John Adams right here. They're two of the key physicians that are going to be in the building, and they're our partners in the project. So that's the players that are involved. I just want to say a little bit about my company, By Design, Compass Development. We've developed probably 14 of these kinds of buildings from anywhere from an 80,000 square foot building for Mass General to exactly the same size building for Compass Medical in Middleborough, 27,000 square feet for Emerson Hospital. we've worked for all the major hospitals around. We've done these buildings with the docs. We get the docs involved in the buildings, and we've been successful all along the way. If anybody's interested in checking out our website, you can see a bunch of the buildings that we've done. It's kind of, I look back and I go, oh my God, we've been doing this for too long. But the company name is bydesign1.com, and you go on there and you can see a bunch of buildings and projects that we've gone through. This building has several docks, mostly from the general area. The affiliation a little bit is with Tufts Medical. It's not a Stewart Hospital building. It's the beauty of this building, and that's why I love being involved with it, is the doctors that are going into this building are trying to maintain their independence from the big hospitals that are buying up all these physicians and grabbing all this business. These guys are maintaining their independence, which is great, and that's what Tufts helps maintain. So without further ado, I'm going to let Paul go on with the site description, and then Greg will talk about the building, and then we'll go from there.
Excellent, thank you. So it's a little tricky here because we have those of us in the audience, and we also try to direct the discussion as best as possible for the camera, for the cable access for people that watch either live or replay.
You could probably go back right next to where that other one is and turn it
Shift this over.
in that same direction.
Everybody see this picture?
Yep.
Podium, remove the podium.
Is this live?
It's
The green light's on, so it's something else.
And that is actually for the cable access, so that won't help folks in the room.
Okay. Once again, for the record, my name is Paul Broadmerkle. I'm with Site Design Professionals, and I'm here this evening representing the applicant, CT Compass Development, and their application to construct a 36,650 square foot medical office building. That's some 3 stories here, this structure in the mustard color. And it's going to be located off the northerly side of Pine Street and the westerly side of Valley Street. It's surrounded by some 181 parking spaces. We're required to build 153 under the zoning bylaw. The building will be supplied with public water, and that's going to be extended from an existing stub here. When this roadway was recently reconstructed, the contractor and the town was observant enough to leave a stub off to the side so we don't have to dig out into the main street to do that. And we'll extend it down the side of Valley Street and bring it in the back side of the building where the mechanical room is for fire and domestic purposes. The building will be serviced by an on-site sewage disposal system that will be under the front parking lot. All of the drainage for the impervious surfaces on the site will be collected in a network of drainage catch basins. It'll be routed down through to the bottom of the parking lot, brought through a water quality inlet, and into a retention basin where almost all of the 100-year storm will be recharged. We're very fortunate here in that there are favorable conditions for groundwater recharge. This is all gravel on the site and sand on this side of the site. So we are able to essentially not only balance flows, but basically provide a flow where there is nothing running off the site. Whereas under existing conditions in a 100-year storm, there would be runoff. With this development, there won't be. We don't have any wetlands on the site. There is some on the other side of Old Pond Street, but there's nothing within, this is a 100-foot radius, so there's nothing within any of the area where we're proposing development. some of you may be aware, I know I've spoke with the building inspector about the accesses to the site. These are 2 curb cuts that were left for the property when the state redid the roadway. They do not comply with your zoning bylaw in terms of separation. They're 200 feet apart. The bylaw would like to see them be 250 feet apart. This easterly entrance is located exactly opposite of the driveway across the street. That's where you'd want it to be. The westerly entrance is a balance between the neighboring entrance, which is 240 feet off, and our own, which is 200. The reason we opted for this alignment is because it makes for perfect circulation around our building. That's good for the traffic. It's also good for emergency personnel. It's good all around. We don't have a problem with the 200-foot offset. There's no likelihood of any queuing out in the street that interferes with one another, because when you've got 2 entrances, you're basically dividing the the usage in half between the 2. So we think it's a benefit. I don't foresee any problem with it being at 200 feet. So we're in the process of applying for relief from the Zoning Board of Appeals for that separation. You may also recognize the old frontage road issue, raising its head one more time here. We're asking for relief from that. We're building our parking area with a 24-foot aisle that would coincide with what you would consider a frontage road. We would like to park on both sides of it. This side here, the northerly side, half of it is within the 70-foot setback, so we're going to need relief on that. But we think it makes sense in terms of getting the parking up in front of the building instead of putting them out back somewhere in the woods. It's much more convenient, being a medical office building, that they be in front of the building where they're more useful. And that's essentially it. We do need a fair amount of relief to bring this project about, but none of it's anything that would be detrimental to the neighborhood. And this evening we're here also not only to present you with our project, but also to answer any questions and discuss the issue, which is also before the planning board, not only the project, but for the parking within the 70-foot setback. And if you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to respond.
So in terms of what documentation has been provided so far, so you've got that site plan, and you've got, is that conceptual, or is that pretty much what you plan
That's
on
pretty
doing at
much
this
what
point?
you're going to get. That's based on this site plan, that layout.
Okay. And I don't know if that's been presented to the design review board. Does that exist electronically?
Yes, it does.
It does?
There's a
And
member
that
here.
is, we use a service, I don't know, Craig, I don't know where it's from, but the service really takes the plans, and it's when the building's built, if we don't change it, it'll look exactly like that. So that's it's amazing how even the landscaping and the road is exactly per the plan, and it's not a lot of money.
Well, that's great. I mean, if you provide that electronic, it might be conducive to us being able to disseminate it, because the design review board, there's multiple members, and I'm sure they're not all here this evening, but that's great. I mean, so would you like to?
Mr. Pindo, here to represent he's the architect.
Hi, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is
Microphone.
Craig Pando.
Please.
And,
Thank you.
This is very familiar to me because I am the vice chairman of the Board of Appeals in Canton. And we have the same local cable issues. It's for the folks at home, not for the folks here.
It's for us, too. We have to sometimes go back and look at things, so.
I have copies of the architectural, even though we're going to the,
Thank you.
if I may, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
This is the rendering, the floor plans and elevations.
How many
even
do you
though
have?
I have one for everyone.
Thank you.
I'll tell you what, we'll share a few, and you can actually
Yeah.
circulate a couple out to the audience. That'd be great.
I'll share with you, Pete.
Here you go.
Yeah, pass it over.
You go there, I'll grab this.
All right.
Basically, as an overview, Mr. Chairman, this is a three-story, it's what we can call a Class A office building. It's Type 2 construction, which is steel and concrete with masonry veneer and windows. It has an EPDM roof, flat roof. And the loading is considerably higher than for office because of medical uses. They tend to have higher equipment loads on various floors. So we design these buildings for 100-pound live load as opposed to 60, which is required for a general office space. We are going to be seeking a height variance. It's interesting that your bylaw is the same as ours in Canton. It's 3 stories, 40 feet. And we've had that probably since the 1960s. What we have been running into in terms of design, especially with medical office space, is that the amount of mechanical systems that has to go above the ceiling and below the next floor requires that a minimum floor-to-floor distance of about 13'4" is absolutely minimum. So you can do 2 floors at that, and the problem is when you get to the 3rd floor, which is the roof, there have been several code changes in recent years that force that roof up. One is that they went to a minimum pitch on the roof of 1/4 inch per foot. So from the edge of the roof to the roof drains on this building, we already lose 1 foot. And this past year, medical office space requires ducted returns. In a lot of buildings, you'll see that you used to have supply ducts that would come through the ceiling, and the returns would just go into the space above the ceiling. Now you can't do that. They want to have ducts take the return air. And it's for health reasons. It's that they're easier to clean, less flue germs and stuff getting stuck up in the ceilings, things like that. What happens is now you have to have all these ducts cross. So what it's done, it's pushed the roof up to about 15.8 at the perimeter, and when it drops down in the middle, we barely have about 4 feet above the ceiling to get ducts to cross. So we're ending up, we're going to probably looking at about 43'8" from the roof to the floor, and then we have to take, as Mr. Houston, good evening, Mr. Houston.
Mr. Pando, a pleasure.
Pleasure seeing you in these circumstances.
Yes, different town.
Mr. Houston is a consultant our board uses frequently as well. We have to take the grades from Pine and Valley Street as well to get the average grades, to get the distance from grade to the roof. But we put the number of 45 feet in because we knew that that was a safe number, and it will be below that. Other than that, the units are packaged rooftop units, gas-fired, electric service all in the back. All the utilities come in through the back, and it's a fairly straightforward building. And I didn't want to go into too many details, but as I said, we will be going to the design review board for the balance. Other than that, I'll give it back to Mr. Broadmerkle. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, if there are any questions concerning the site plan, the layout, architectural, we'd be more than happy to respond.
One thing I did want to add, excuse me, this is Chuck Giacchetto again, is the makeup of the building, because it's this kind of building is always a big asset to the town. About 20,000 square feet of this building is going to be internal medicine docs from the area. And out of that 20,000 square feet, 5,000 square feet is going to be an urgent care facility. What an urgent care facility is like a substitute for an emergency room. If you cut your finger or something like that, instead of running down to Norwood Hospital and waiting in their emergency room, you can go into this urgent care, and most situations they'll be able to take care of it. The balance of the building is going to be specialists. They're going to be X-ray. There's going to be orthopedics in the building, cardiologists. There's going to be an eye doctor, optometrist in there. So it's going to be a full makeup, full service building. And what happens is that ends up being invaluable to a community like this. Middleborough, we built the building within a month. They were full capacity. It was just, the ramp up was incredible. And it's a community like this where you have to drive, 15 miles to get to a hospital, and you'd rather not go to that hospital. You might want to go to even further. So this whole thing, you'll be able to go in and see a doc. You need an X-ray, you go downstairs and have an X-ray done and come back up, and it's really a great situation. One of the other things that we've added, you can't see it on this plan, but is a future MRI setup where we could bring a trailer in, park it next to the building, and be able to service MRIs in this building. We haven't put it as part of the plan. It's not part of the building itself. We'd come back to this board for a modification at that time. But on the left side, that landscape area is a little bit wider of the left side of the building for a future MRI setup. Yeah, and that trailer would come in maybe for 2 days. It'd park there for 2 days. The guy would come in at 4 o'clock in the morning, park his trailer, hook it up, and you'd go into the X-ray room inside the suite, and you walk through this back door, and you'd be in the MRI suite. You wouldn't even know the difference. And then the other 3 days it wouldn't be there. It'd probably be some other medical building someplace else.
Just curious, do you anticipate like primary care practitioners, to operate here, or more the specialists and
Yes.
urgent care?
Well, internal medicine is primary care. So 50% of this building is going to be, I think they have 8 or 10 specific physicians from the general area. They're going to operate most of the time here. And it's by, right now,
I can probably answer that.
I'll let John Adams answer that.
Hi, John Adams. Right now, we have probably about 9-10 primary care doctors that are committed to this project already. We hope to have the urgent care. We have a physician who actually works at the Norwood Emergency Room, so he's planning to take care of the urgent care center. We have neurology, and that'll be very helpful for the MRI suite. Orthopedics is going to be available, so injuries that come in that need orthopedic care, they'll be attended to very quickly. So we hopefully have a small service area inclusive. I think we're all a little disappointed when Southwood left the community, but hopefully we'll be back. Dr. Higgins and myself have been in the area 30 years, and we were both part of Southwood Hospital at the time, and look forward to coming back.
Great.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, here's Dr. Higgins.
Yeah. So I want to say, Mike Higgins, internal medicine. So I say we're
Welcome.
really excited about coming together into this building. We've been trying for years to form a multi-specialty group, and finally, after many years, we've come together. And actually, we're going to call ourselves Pondville Medical Associates, because that's a Pondville area. So I think after Pondville Hospital,
That's Betsy Whitney, so she knows more about Pondville than anyone. So
house that has Pondville, this is Pondville.
Sold.
We're really excited to serve the community here in Norfolk.
Dr. Higgins is a resident of Norfolk as well.
Oh, that's how I knew it.
19 years, I believe.
Can we follow that line of questioning? You've chosen a size of the building. Is you're gathering doctors?
We have the building 100% leased right now.
Thank you very much.
The size of the building, if I could build a 40,000 square foot building on this site, we would, because the demand for these independent docs coming to a building like this is great.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem is the site only allows us to go to this size, maybe a little bit bigger, but this size comfortably. So right now we have guys signed up,
Mm-hmm.
and it's kind of first come first serve. We're trying to make we're all set. We're 100% leased.
So you're not building spec. You actually have the tenants helping you to design the spaces.
Within a year, 14 months after we start construction, that building will be 100% full and seeing patients in every suite in that building.
Good for you.
Good.
It's impressive.
It's fun.
Welcome to Norfolk.
Well, before we go there, let's to the board.
We'll open it up. Do you want to hear from Tom and Gina first? Any questions
Well,
you want to open up?
I do want to ask
go
a
ahead.
couple of things myself
Yeah,
before we get
yeah,
to them,
go
because they'll have a lot of comments. They had you considered any entrance off of Valley? Because the way I see it, a lot of traffic's going to be coming from the north, down 1A. Now, anytime you have, and if people are leaving this site, they'll be going left and right, going to either 1A or Valley Street, and turning. So why not just access Valley Street in the rear of the property? And as far as the second entrance that you have over in the front, you could have one entrance on the front of the building here, the closer one, the northern one. Straight through would connect to Valley, close the other one, and punch through to the adjacent property using the frontage road. You've got your frontage road laid out, lines up perfectly with the site next door, and according to your grading plan, it's at exactly the right height to tie in with the adjacent property.
So let me make sure I understand. Now, you would eliminate some parking in the process of doing that.
Well, not necessarily.
No, it's on the side. There's no
Because
parking on the side.
There's parking all the way over there, and if they get rid of one of the entrances, they can use that space as parking also.
It's true. You get 3 or 4 more in there.
Okay.
We're cognizant of the frontage road requirement through here, and that's why the alignment, it's not by accident. At this point, we would prefer to leave the two separated.
Is there a rationale for leaving the two separated?
At this point, we would like to use our own parking for our own facility. We don't want to be doing the shared parking thing.
Are you aware of a existing bylaw that requires a linked? Isn't there one, Gino?
Yes, there is.
Right, we're asking for relief from building the frontage road.
But there's
it's
a
a separate
separate
bylaw.
requirement for linked parking beyond, separate from the frontage road requirement.
Well, then we'll be asking for relief from that as well.
But you're at exactly the right height. It's like 108 and 107.5. As a matter of fact, yours might even have gone up a little higher. So it would be a perfect tie-in.
No, again, we did that for potential future down the road if what we have doesn't really work. One of the problems, and no offense to Ally's here right now, one of the problems of being next to a restaurant, all of a sudden you're going to have 400 cars taking up all this space, and that affects what we need for a medical building. For a medical building to work, 181 spaces isn't there just because we like the number. It's there because we really need 5 cars per 1,000. And otherwise, especially with a busy practices like we're going to have, otherwise it's just not going to work. The other reason it flows is emergency vehicles will come in one side and kind of go out the other side. It flows easier instead of having them go and meander through the site to get to Valley Street. And then the third rationale is when you design a building like this, the front entry, what you have to do is you got to reserve areas in the back for employees and doctors. So all of those areas in the back and the sides will be reserved for employees and doctors, and the entire front area, minus maybe the far left side of the parking lot, will be for patient parking. Because what you want to do is you want to make it easier for the patients as they come in to park and get to the front door. If they have to walk, a long way, it's just not going to work.
Here's how it works. Folks come in, they drop off, and they go out. Or they come in and the employees park in the back. Or emergency vehicles come around and through. That's the circulation we want. That's why we desire the 2 exit points.
Now, to consider a third access to Valley Street, we could talk about that with the docks. I mean, that's, if that might relieve some of the activity, that would be a possibility. No, I
don't
want to be inflexible.
Down to maybe the greater good. You kind of weigh these different things, and if you give up some of the things that we have in our zoning, give those up, for a greater good, perhaps off of Valley Street, because, this happens to be a parcel that's on a corner, and, you have that relief valve that most properties don't have, but you have it. So, that might be something for the board. I can only speak for myself, but that might be something to consider. What's the greater good?
I think my concern with the, not so much the frontage road, but the linked parking is in times where we have waived that in the past, it's because really from a feasibility, logistical standpoint, it's been very difficult because of grades. So to have a circumstance where it's completely achievable and there's just more the concern about enforcement of parking feels a little less viable in terms of not trying to make that happen, because we see it as a benefit to all the other businesses in town. So you get done with your doctor's appointment, you want a bite to eat, you go next door, and everybody's getting all, fat and happy, if you will.
There are different hours of operation also. The restaurants aren't busy during the day when this place would be busy.
I could see more the restaurants benefiting from the trickle of you guys rather than you guys feeling the pain of them trickling into you. That's just an opinion. I don't really have an educated way to back that up, but
No, we only had that in one. We have that in one other situation, and lunchtime becomes an issue. Nighttime doesn't become an issue. It's not really a problem, and the locals will figure it out anyways. They're going to park there and do it. So it's not going to make any difference. Probably not going to make any difference at all. But lunchtime becomes an issue, where the beauty of a medical building from a traffic standpoint is it's not like all at once in the morning during the peak traffic hours. It's slow in and out all day long. It's spread out all day long. It's nice. But the problem is at noontime when the restaurant is full and 40 spaces are taken over there, patients are coming in. They're trying to find parking spots, and if that becomes a problem, that becomes a problem. That's the only thing I'm trying to caution against. Parking can be the worst animal at a medical building, and that's the one thing. I think we can consider another access off of Valley Street. I don't see that as an issue. I worry a little bit about the cut-throughs and people cutting through to avoid traffic. That's the negative side of that.
They'll learn not to do that.
That shouldn't be a problem. We don't tend to have that type of traffic.
No traffic
in that
light
area.
there.
Slow you down.
I don't know if this is a scenario that may happen. People come and then you want them to go to the hospital, because you don't want to treat them there. It's more urgent than that. They have whatever, and now you've got, a way for, those emergency vehicles to tuck out the back and right over onto 1A. That might be convenient, if they're going over to Norwood or something like that.
One other thing that on Valley Street that we've agreed to, again, somebody once told me you should hold out on some of these things and do it as you go, but we've already agreed to run an 8-inch water line up Valley Street and beyond Mill Street. Is that Mill? Going up? Hill. I can't read from this close. But anyways, we're going to run an 8-inch water line in the street going up that Valley Street, so the fire department can put a fire hydrant someplace up beyond Hill Street, and there'll be a water connection in case and when eventually they want to run the water up Hill Street. So that's something we've already agreed to do in this process.
Okay. Well, if it's okay with you gentlemen, maybe we open it up and get some additional comments. I think we haven't heard yet from our consultants, Gino Carlucci, Tom Houston. So Gino handles things related to the zoning and these types of things, and Tom Houston, he deals with the technical engineering. So gentlemen, would like to ask any questions or make any comments, and then we'll certainly hear from the public.
Do you want to go through the report in detail? Do you want to provide Mr. Broadberkel with the opportunity of responding to the comments? Or
Okay, so
the major ones.
You've drafted, some comments, and you haven't had the opportunity.
Not an opportunity.
Okay.
Respond in writing.
You want to
pick
You want to respond in writing?
That's how I would prefer to.
Yeah.
Want to just highlight some of these?
Yes, be pleased to, Mr. Chairman. Just for the board's information, Mr. Broadmerkle frequently presents plans in Canton, and we're always very pleased with the quality of the engineering that he provides. Let's see. I guess maybe comment number 3 I could mention. We suggested screening the mobile unit, which I guess if they're going to be moving it on and off the site several times a week would be labor intensive to remove all those fences and shrubs. So I think we'll skip over comment number 3. But comment number 4, I'm not sure how you're projecting wastewater, Paul, but if you do it just on a square foot basis, you're slightly over the 550 gallons that you can do within an aquifer, even with denitrification. I don't know whether you're doing it by doctor's office or how.
We're doing it by doctor's office, and we will need denitrification.
But you won't be over the 550?
No.
Okay. Comment 5, special permit for impervious exceeding 15% that occurs on almost all commercial sites. The building height we mentioned in number 8, and Mr. Pando is absolutely correct. Any commercial building you see needs about a 15-foot floor-to-floor height to make the mechanical work. The dumpster, the survey plan does indicate that there is a potable well right on the adjacent property. So we're hoping either to control the drainage very carefully from that dumpster, or maybe even perhaps find a different place for it. The number 13, the parking count that you did was based upon 80% usable floor area.
Yes.
I don't know the basis for that, but conventionally we recommend that you review that parking calculation with the building inspector, zoning enforcement officer. Special permit required because a great deal of the parking is in the front yard. The signs weren't indicated on the plan, although there was relief asked for in terms of the square footage, so the details of the signs need to be provided. Number 19, as Mr. Broadmerkle mentioned, the 70-foot distance clips the front of the second row of parking, so there'd be relief required there. There's quite a few comments on the stormwater, which are fairly technical in nature. He doesn't have 2 soils logs within the basins. They're close.
We have 2 within the major basin. It's the
roof water one, yeah.
Roof water that we don't have.
I mean, I think the soils are pretty good here, but
What we do have is test pits right across the site, and there's no change in the conditions. They're all very favorable.
yeah, I mean, I think it's okay, but I just wanted to, bring that to the board's attention that there's not strict compliance, although, as I say, I'm not really concerned about it. Comment 28, I think we need a TSS calculation because your storm scepter itself doesn't remove the 80%. I think it'd be massive. The inlet pipe to the principal basin there is just slightly submerged, so I think you can adjust that. The pipe materials on the site, the regulations require RCP. Catch basins, we have a requirement in the town, at least in the rules and regs, for a 5-foot diameter. 33, a calculation for time to drain for the basins. I'm trying to screen, a lot of this is quite technical. As I say, Mr. Broadmerkle does a good job, but I think most of the comments here are technical in nature, and maybe it's best to allow Mr. Broadmerkle the opportunity to respond in writing, and then we can identify anything that we might disagree on. So.
I think it would suffice to say there's no showstoppers in there, so we can handle it.
There's an item here, number 50, Tom. Consideration should be given to better integrating the on-site sidewalks with the Pine Street sidewalk so that pedestrian entering and leaving the site are not required to use the driveways.
Yeah, there are walks kind of near the building, and there's an existing sidewalk on Pine Street, but there's no connection. So it might be good to have a little stronger pedestrian linkage between the building and the sidewalk on the street. You're walking through the parking lots,
Sidewalk
you know.
around the building.
Yeah.
And there's one coming up the street. From here to here would be through the parking lot.
So, you know, maybe take out a parking space and have a walkway, or, you know, run it along the edge of one of the driveways. I think it'd be nice to have
Paint the walk?
Yeah, just to
direct
an
people.
inviting
Yeah.
pedestrian connection.
So they're not
between
just
the building
wandering
and
through
the
there.
street would be good, I think.
Make it easier for them to walk to lunch instead of driving over.
The comment right below that also suggests that there's a sidewalk on Valley Street.
Well, there isn't one currently.
Right.
That sounds easier than it is. It turns out that
No sidewalks in this town are easy.
So this one's even tougher because the travelway, the pavement, comes right up to and abuts the property line. So there's no shoulder there to put one. You'd have to put it on private property.
Perhaps you can spend a little bit of time about thinking about this in terms of pedestrian circulation around the site and going off the site for linking your property into the next property that gets developed. Before you assume that you've got a lynch, you've got the inability to put a sidewalk in that one location, you have a great deal of frontage. There may be a way to work the pedestrian connection off your building and then back down to toward Hill Street, if there are people walking.
What is the right-of-way width to Valley, Paul? Do you know? The right-of-way width to Valley?
It's variable.
But is there room to get a 24-foot pavement and a sidewalk there somehow?
No, the pavement runs right up next to the right-of-way.
I know that, but can you put a sidewalk and then extend the pavement over 5 feet?
Oh, move the road.
Yeah, the doctors can't afford that.
Well,
We do like to, it'd be nice to have people be able to walk to and from safely.
I like the idea of tying into the side, I like the idea of tying into the sidewalk, into the front of the building,
Yeah.
tie it that way,
Maybe back up.
and maybe have an access out the back corner. That makes all the sense in the world.
Yeah.
We just did in a building in Quincy, it works really well. But running and rebuilding a street,
No,
that would kill the project.
Yeah.
Well, you
That
could
seems
also
reasonable.
build it on the other side, if there's room on the other side, per Tom's question, if the right-of-way is sufficient.
I don't understand, Gino, other
On this
side
side
meaning
of
where?
Valley.
The other side of Valley Street, I mean,
Oh.
They
that's
come in here.
in lieu
People
of
could walk
building it
through
on
and
their
then connect
side.
down here, and you're just really foregoing that corner is a reasonable.
Yeah, so they'd be able to access from Pine Street right onto our site, walk our sidewalk all the way around the building, which exists, and then exit out the
Exit
back
through
corner.
here.
That would work out perfect.
I also noticed in your comments, Tom, that you said the lighting plan, as presently shown, has some glare onto Valley Street, and you're suggesting that Paul can probably take care of that.
yeah, glare may have been not the best word. It's just a light trespass in terms of being over 1 foot candle at the street line, which is technically a property line. So maybe you could just move the light poles in a bit. There's
Or
also
put shields on.
Yeah. Also, there's underneath the lights, the foot candles are above 5, which is the town's max, and the pole heights, I think, are 20 feet, which are higher than the town's max. But those are pretty easily adjusted, I think.
Okay. Gino?
Okay. Well, in terms of relief from the zoning board of appeals, they've requested a waiver from the 70-foot easement across the front, but that's also a zoning requirement that would need a variance from ZBA as well. I assume the utilities are underground, though I didn't see them on the plan. Maybe I missed them, but that's a requirement that wasn't on there.
They're all underground.
Okay. The retaining wall is proposed to be concrete block. There's a regulation that they be made of stone masonry, and unless a waiver is.
We met with the abutter to the left, that's the retaining wall that you're talking about, and we've agreed that he's going to allow us to fill into his property, into his...
Oh, and eliminate the wall.
And eliminate the wall altogether.
Perfect.
One of the good guys.
The transformer.
That would be right here.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, I think it has a plant next to it, but maybe needs to be more fully screened. And similarly, the detention basin has the double row of pine trees on two sides, but not all the way around. Or maybe at least the third side might warrant the screening.
If I could, just one item on the transformer, that would be subject to the utilities acceptance of location and screening.
I know the location is subject to it, but it should be screened wherever it is. That's all.
And we screened in accordance with their regulations for distance and open sides, et cetera.
Okay. That's pretty much it for my comments.
Okay, maybe it's a good time to open it up for public comments. So those of you that came this evening for this project, I guess this would be a good time to comment, ask questions, but we'll ask that you just take a microphone and introduce yourself if you would.
My name is Richard Connors, 30 Everett Street. I think that's a great addition for that property, no question about it. Happened to be one of Dr. Higgins' patients, so I'm totally in favor of just going down the street. The question I had was, what's going to be the value of this building? How many millions? You see, because that's part of what the town gets based on the tax. What would you say the value of the building would be?
Ultimate assessed value.
Yeah.
Couple $100,000.
$9 million.
The building itself would be $9 million. Thank you.
I'm Elizabeth Whitney, 26 Valley Street, Pondville. Hello, neighbor. I have the same reaction as Richard, and I, first of all, am thrilled to see that nice big green space in the back of that left part. You're using that for underwater drainage and so forth rather than parking. There's a very old side street that abuts that I'm sure you've seen, and want that protected for all time. And I love the smile on your face. You're very understanding. So this really does look wonderful. Regarding the sidewalk, Andrea, on Valley Street, going down that way, boy, that's not a real pleasant walkable. There's a lot of traffic on Valley.
All the more reason to keep pedestrians off the street, right?
You're saying between Hill and
Well, even if
Pine Street, between Hill and
yeah,
and Pine?
but I don't know. It just doesn't seem to me that it's necessary, and it sounds like the street would have to be widened, and that's huge. I just don't see that folks would need to want to walk from the corner of Pine down. I mean, I walk it now, picking up
you walk it
trash
now
all the time.
Where do you
But
walk?
I've been doing that for 32 years, you know, but I just don't, the flow of what's going around the building now seems, I mean, I vote for the two entrances on Pine Street with the variation. I like that rather than going through to Valley, to tell you the truth. Traffic on Valley is really picking up, and it's not going to lessen. It's going to increase. There's a car wash going in across the street. There's a proposal for a building across from Joffran that will be coming eventually. We have Colonial Fence, we have Joffran, we have Rocco Plaza, and 4 Kicks. So there's going to be quite a bit of traffic down there. Have you talked with Hattigan's, the building, you know, that's in that indentation there? It would be behind the dumpster.
Here?
Not very attractive. Yes. And would you have that all, would you have landscape, you know, a barrier of
We're going to put
something or
a
others?
screen in here. This
Yeah.
will be screened.
Okay, okay. Well, Pondville Medical Center? Is that what I heard?
No, it's Pine Street Medical Center, but it's
No.
Pondville Medical Associates.
Pondville Medical, that's okay, Will. That's close enough. Okay, that's it. Mary?
Could I respond?
Yes, sorry.
Could I respond to two things?
Yeah.
I want, especially you, I want you to understand this. These bushes that you see here,
Yeah.
we're going to extend them so it blocks that building. So specifically, you'll see a line of trees that run the back of our property that'll block that whole area. But I want you to understand what this is. This is for you.
I know.
This pond will handle the 200
I
years
know.
flood. This is not, by code, all we have to do is a 100-year flood, and what we've done is we've gone almost to the 200.
We do the 100 years.
Right, but that goes beyond that. So that's for you.
Well, thank you. And Jane Hannigan called me and was very concerned about what would separate, just because to have her husband's business delineated from the medical and keep it nice and in its own place, so that's great. Oh, and where would the trailer be when it was there?
Right here.
Oh, I see. Okay, thank you.
Now, to follow up on one of her questions, is there a landscaping plan?
Yes.
Okay. Has anyone seen the landscaping plan?
Now,
Yes, yes, part of
you
this.
did go before the design review board?
Not yet. We will.
Oh, that's right, I went to the meeting, that's right, I spoke to Bob myself.
Hi, I'm Mary Gould from 46 North Everett Street in Palmville. And I was just curious. I think it's a wonderful looking building and everything. It's going to be sprinklered?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm kind of concerned about the traffic going up Hill Street because we have, you know, little problems on Hill Street as it is. And I own the buildings that are on it. What do you foresee for the traffic going up Hill Street, then into Everett Street, and down into South Walpole? It's getting to be quite a cut through.
I don't think this is going to have an impact on that. I think the people who come here are going to come the same way they would ordinarily get to this area. I don't think that changes.
Just one answer. I think most of the people that we have are becoming 140, and then we'll also be using 1A because we have a doctor in Walpole, and they're becoming 1A that way, and 140 east and west. So I don't think it's going to be a big impact. At least the patients that we've taken care of over the years.
Except for my patient on Everett Street. And then one other issue on top of that is, again, the traffic coming to this building is evenly throughout the day. The only people that would cut down Hill Street are the ones trying to avoid the rush hour.
Right.
So we open up at 8:30, some guys will be 9 o'clock, doctor's hours, you know how that is. And so by that time, most of the traffic is gone. At the end of the day, by 4:30, people aren't coming to the building, they're starting to, down. So again, the only people using Hill Street is trying to avoid the big traffic hours, and we don't operate in those hours.
All right. Now, will the building be open at night at all for anybody? Urgent care will be open?
We have one evening hour extended already, and we plan to be open at least one to several evenings a week, and that would help the community.
It won't be open past 11.
No, probably like 8 o'clock or so, it wouldn't be much more than that.
Sirens from ambulances?
On occasion, once in a while, once or twice a week there would be.
Mm-hmm.
That
goes with it.
But I have cruisers on Valley Street already stopping people's freedom, so.
No, we put a lot of effort into getting the stop signs put in Everett Street, and that has really slowed the traffic down, considering the Patriots game and everything else, too. Okay, thank you. I think it's a wonderful thing. I really do.
That's why I was saying.
Thank you.
Street, because it was a nice good bit of support.
Nancy Connors, 30 Everett Street. How does this on? I do want to say, yes, it is a beautiful building. It's nice to see more development take place. Though I did hear an emergency entrance. You don't really envision that many ambulances bringing, if this is urgent care, as opposed to a hospital.
They'd be more taking them away.
No, it's not an emergency room. It is. It isn't. So this idea that this was good, this was convenient because of ambulances coming in was just sort of a statement that might happen, but it isn't going to be a standard thing because it's not. No, it's an urgent care. I also would just like to say that it's very nice to see all of the area at 1A and 115 in Pondville developing. I went to the selectmen in 1960s and said, and to the planning board, you've got to stop, I was going to say pissing, but I can't say that, giving up a lot of the good property at 1A and 115. One was a used car dealer who wanted to put up just a little outhouse and tie up the lots. This has come to fruition. I said then, it's our pot of gold, and it was being treated as an albatross. So this is just another piece of the pot of gold, and it's wonderful. Thank you.
I just wanted to clarify one thing. Excuse me, sir. With respect to ambulances, we've been talking about an urgent care facility, you would be coming to yourself, not by ambulance. Ambulances would not be bringing anyone to this facility. It would be taking them away from the facility on occasion, but not toward the facility.
That was my point earlier, that it could be convenient to have a way for the ambulances to leave the property off of Valley Street. That was the point. Not that there's going to be a tremendous amount of that activity. I'm not sure anybody really anticipates that, but
we get a lot of ambulance traffic coming from Rentham going to Norwood Hospital.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yep.
we're used to
They're
it.
out.
The only comment that I wanted to add, to Betsy made me think of it, I happened to leave my house on Everett Street, walk down Hill Street, and the worst part of the walk is going down Valley to get over to the sidewalks on 115.
Thank you, Richard.
People come around that curve. No, you're absolutely correct. That is a murderous spot. It's speed, it's the distance where you have to walk up. Thank God when they cleared the land, you could at least get off the road so these folks wouldn't hit you. So, in my opinion, and pardon me, Betsy, I would say a sidewalk, if possible, or feasible, I'd go for it. I think it's a big safety factor. And I do see other people walking along like me. They're crazy too, but it's not a safe area. So that's a very good suggestion.
okay.
Dave LaPointe, 11 Medway Street. You mentioned some evening hours. Is there any hours on the weekends at all?
Yeah, we'd like to have weekend hours.
Okay, because there may be a concern there with traffic, with activity at Four Kicks on weekends, because that can get congested in that area.
That's where you'll have your parking problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Four Kicks folks will be parking over there, exactly.
Okay, parking.
Right, they're going to be parking in your lot.
The extended hours would be maybe less than a quarter of the building. There'd be a small part of it. So all the specialists, they're not gonna be there. So it's just gonna be a small part of the primary care. And on the weekends, it's probably just gonna be in the morning, on Saturday mornings. It won't be on Sunday unless someone has some specific thing, and now Mike can run to the, in there and meet his patient and take care of it, so if you want to Tuesdays after that. Right?
It could be potentially Sunday mornings, but we haven't set that spot yet. But
I was also just curious about the status of the process with the ZBA. Have you filed with them yet?
We filed, but we've yet to meet.
I'm also a member of the Design Review Board, and just for the board's information, we did meet to discuss this project the other night, and we, because of the numerous variances requested, we assume that there's going to be some changes made to the plans. So we've withheld any formal comments at this point, but like was mentioned earlier, we haven't received that perspective view there or any information on building materials or anything at this point. You know, in looking at the plan quickly, we did kind of just amongst ourselves note that the landscaping was a little lacking. But again, because we assume the plan is going to change, we didn't want to include any comments yet until we see what the final plan was going to look like for the site plan. So.
So the design review board is kind of an extension of the planning board.
Is this going to be like the Guile building down in Norfolk?
Oh, I think I know which one you're talking about.
I've been in that one.
Yeah.
Behind the
Way
house.
better, right?
Yeah.
Way better.
Way better.
Or like Dedham
The
Medical
design of the Guile
Associates.
building is an old school.
Right? It'd be more like that, won't it?
Yeah.
What's
But
that?
This would be
in
more
terms
like
of the
that, right?
doctors
More
in the
like
building
Dedham
and
Medical
It just
and a
actually
lot of
can
these
use one
services
on the
that you
lawn.
get
You
there,
see
you
that?
can
That's
get,
the
you'll be
park.
getting at this
Yes.
building.
Right.
Okay, good.
Stairs won't be as every Saturday night.
Yes, you did.
Here you go.
The most significant thing about that building being the stairs.
Oh, it's perfect.
So in this case, it's going to be fully handicap accessible.
This one here, you'll walk in the front door, and there'll be automatic doors that'll let you in the front door automatically, not, you don't have to push a button, you automatic doors let you in.
Mhm.
And once you get in, right in front of you are gonna be 2 elevators that'll take you to the 2nd and 3rd floor. Everything is handicap accessible, everything is gonna be state-of-the-art. It's nothing like the Guile building.
How many full-time employees are in the building? Do you do?
I would guess, I'll give you a guess. It's about 25% of the parking. So it's.
45.
50s.
How much traffic do you figure in one day do you have coming and going?
I can't answer that. I can't. I have access to something specific that I can give you that would answer that question, but I can't answer it right off the top of my head, sorry.
Is there a kitchen or cafeteria within the building?
No, we can't afford the space. So, I mean, within each suite, they might have a lunchroom, but there will not be a stacked kitchen, there will not be, and the most that we'll have in this building is maybe a couple of soda or snack machines, but there won't be anything that's, you know, with a hood, or any cooking or anything like that.
You're not going to have a coffee shop or
No,
technology.
no, it's good, but coffee shop, it's,
Chuck, if I might. The limiting factor on this site is the ability of the site to absorb the septage, the sewerage, which is limited at 550 gallons per acre based on the DEP regulations. So that is what's maximizing what we can do. We really can't add a coffee shop because that's a different use group. It adds additional gallons per day, and the site just can't take it. It's absolutely maxed. This building was designed for medical office space for this B use group, and that's this. As Chuck said earlier, he'd love to have 40,000 feet, but can't do it. It's the 36,000 and change that was the limiting factor based on DEP regulations.
This is probably a foolish question, but did you consider putting this building up at Palmville, the old Palmville Hospital?
Yes and no. Yes, we looked at the area. No, that's not where this is an ideal location in terms of accessibility to, with 151 and 140, and it's not on Route 1 where a lot of people don't want to drive on Route 1. It's close. It's on 1A. It's ideal location for all of those reasons. That's just too far.
All right.
Yes, we did consider it. I considered it.
Okay.
When I talked to the physicians about it, they don't want anything to do with it.
Really? Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
We continue it?
Colin?
Al Quaglieri, 17 Pine Street. I was hoping to get a difference, Tom, of linked parking and frontage road entrance onto my property. What are the physical differences of those two?
Well, I guess the frontage road is defined as to location within 70 feet of the street line. The linked parking could occur anywhere. I think that's about the only difference.
Is there a size, a width on linked parking as opposed to a frontage road?
It would be just a typical driveway width of 24 feet. It's just that linked mean literally the ability to drive from one parking area to the other in a vehicle, so it's a typical driveway width.
In the news, the town meeting warrant, is the frontage road going away if that gets voted?
Even if it does, the linked parking doesn't.
That's not being changed.
Because I think MGL dictates that once it hits the warrant, then it's actually enforceable until it's voted down. So in theory, they shouldn't even need to apply for a variance for the frontage road.
Well, the effective date is the date of the town meeting action, so they, applied just before that, so.
I was under the understanding that it was when the warrant was open.
You can't put something
The effective date is actually the vote of the town meeting, so.
Because it's a grandfather. If you submit before town meeting, you're under the old laws.
Except, as he said,
Right.
once it's advertised,
Right.
then you kind of in a gray area. You have to wait until it's finally decided, but you can't. If they apply for it and then it passes, they could drop the application. But if it doesn't pass, they're still bound, and vice versa. If there was no frontage road requirement and there was an article to add one, if that's an easier example to understand.
Yes.
And then they didn't apply. They had their application in already. It came in after the advertisement. They would still be bound by it after it passed.
So I don't know how I really feel about the entrance onto Rocco Plaza. I think those two entrances that are on the plan are far superior to what the board previously approved at the car wash in Joffrian. I think if you put an exit onto Valley Street, that portion of the parking on Valley Street, a certain amount of those people are going to go out Valley Street, then up Valley to 115, facing that car wash. The situation, I think, is dangerous, and you're going to add to it. I think it would be much better to have those two entrances, force the people onto 115, and then at least it keeps them away from that car wash entrance.
Good point.
But again, I don't think that I'd like the frontage road and the cars going through my lot either. I think I'm with the applicant there.
So the frontage road, but the linked parking, you're saying neither, just because you're here, might as well.
Get it on
No,
the table.
I think you can accomplish the same thing with the pedestrian walk, like we did at the gas station, where people can walk over and get a sandwich and walk back. To have all the cars. I have a parking problem with 4 Kicks now. I can't imagine, 180 cars wanting a sandwich where they're going to park. So I'd rather force them to walk than to give them access to my parking spots. I don't have any parking spots to give. So I think we're on the same page there.
I agree.
But you suggested that we should link with pedestrians,
I think that
if
would be a
not
good
with
idea.
vehicles.
His business is the one to benefit from it, so if he doesn't want it.
But he wants to walk.
With pedestrian, no, I mean, if he doesn't want the.
There's a walkway anyways, there's a sidewalk in front.
He's the one
We
to
just need to
benefit.
connect it.
I think it's a really nice plan for the town.
Okay, so I think what I'm hearing is consistent with what Mr. Houston had brought up before, provide some direction so that people on that sidewalk, they know where they're heading when they venture off that sidewalk to get to the building, and kind of direct them, as opposed to have them venture off anywhere in the parking lot. I think that would be consistent with what Mr. Quaglieri is suggesting. Right.
Yes, but I don't have the benefit of your fabulous eyesight, so I don't know the distance from the sidewalk at the main street. I mean, if there's the ability to put a second pedestrian connection off of the parking area.
Where the frontage road would be.
Or closer to where where people are coming out of the building, more in the direct pathway, a small
Rocco's?
connection there wouldn't be a bad idea either.
Are you talking
Right
about
in
here?
there.
Yeah, so
That's
it's a
exactly
walkway
what
and
I'm
not a
thinking.
driveway.
I didn't know the distance back, but we all want to get exercise, but we don't necessarily want to walk farther than we have to get where we're going.
We'll have another set of stairs, pedestrian stairways.
Yeah, I mean, it's,
Well, then
if the
it'll be
if the grades work it, if the
Well,
grades
yeah,
can work
there's a
it.
little bit of grade.
I don't have a problem with that. I don't think that's a big issue. What we could do is actually is kind of make a pathway
Perfect.
beside this here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect.
With paint,
Very good.
Yep.
with paint, and then a little
Sidewalk.
sidewalk through here. That's not
That's your
a big issue.
cafeteria.
I
Right.
agree. I agree.
It's your coffee shop.
I agree.
You're talking about
Get that
paint, you
building
could also
finally
just be
occupied.
using an impervious,
We'll get that building.
an impervious pavement. You can have it be a sidewalk that's just pervious.
Well, yeah, they could walk on this thing.
Walk
is
through that.
Right.
That would be terrific if you could do that, and then put the sidewalk link and if you're asking us for a waiver of the frontage road, then perhaps we'd ask you to build the sidewalk on Al's property so that it connects right.
Connect to Al's property. I'd have no
Connect
problem with that.
right to the,
Tie right in here.
tie it in.
If you're gonna put the sidewalk there, you need to be concerned with bumper overhang. So either make that strip wider or put some parking blocks there or
Well,
something.
I don't think we'd want to eliminate this. This is part of our interior landscaping.
Yeah.
I think we would just simply paint this section here, just north of the island, so you can walk along here.
It would be in the pavement, not in the
Be part of the
island.
aisle, yes.
Yeah, that's fine. As long as it's painted.
To Andrea's suggestion,
Oh, they have to maintain it.
some kind of pervious surface for that area that cars could still drive it on when they back out of those spaces, but that's just to give it a different look as opposed to paint.
That'd be
Just a
interesting
little
to do.
bit higher level look.
In Middleborough, we used paint with cross sections. It was a different color paint, and it works very well.
If you maintain it.
And I was thinking of doing the same thing out the back corner. If you take the back corner of the building straight out to Hill Street, so now you have the ability of walking down Hill Street. You walk down this path, you get on the sidewalk around the building, and you can go right to the Al's place. You're making Al's place worth a lot more money.
Yeah.
Tell me that when your dust is all over my building.
Do you trigger a MIPA review?
No thresholds we do, no.
Okay.
We
Any
continue
other
the
questions,
hearing.
comments? I think, yep.
Just one final one now.
You better take a microphone, because especially where you're in a butter, we want to make sure we get that.
When would the next meeting be for this?
Well, we're gonna vote on continuing the hearing and we'll set the next date, right?
You weren't going to vote tonight to approve it?
No, we're not going to vote tonight to approve it.
We don't even have an next
So, I
meeting,
mean, I
so-
guess typically we ask the question of developer, you know, what are your plans? What do you want to accomplish here?
I want to get here your next meeting as soon as possible.
Okay, so I don't believe we schedule our
We
next
don't have
meeting,
it
so
next
we'll need to do that. And what we do is we vote to continue the public hearing. So before we have that vote, we have to decide on when the next meeting is, which is anywhere between 2 and 4 weeks from now. We also have our town meeting coming up.
25th.
So,
Come on.
so let us, I guess we'll do that shortly. So, yeah, so.
The reason I asked, I'm going to be in Italy for a month, so I probably won't be here for the next meeting.
A month?
It's grape stepping season.
I thought it was done.
Nice try.
I just wanted on the record that I think this is a great
Nice try.
project, and if we could pedestrian link that, I think, I'd be all for it.
Great. Okay, I guess, why don't we go ahead and schedule our next meeting?
Yeah.
So, we have May 7th is town meeting.
25th.
25th is 2 weeks from tonight.
25th, make sure.
My son's birthday. You get to see my ultrasound appointment.
The 23rd. You have to do it that week.
No, my doctor just thinks I might have ovarian cancer, that's all.
You're not going to do it.
I hope not to.
What are you proposing, Bets?
May 2nd, I'm out of town that week.
30th.
April 30th?
I'm out of town
I
that
mean,
week.
we have a lot of business.
Yeah, I'm out of town that whole week.
What's wrong with the 25th?
Listen to
I don't know.
the one
Are you
missed meeting and can still be involved in the vote, right? Is that correct?
He's here.
What's the question?
He's here. He's listening to the meeting.
If we hold it after the election, the new member will only have missed one meeting.
But what difference does it make? Why can't we hear this on the 25th to keep this project moving?
Jeff's not around.
Jeff said he could make it.
You could, Jeff?
Well, it
Did you
happens to
say
be my
that?
son's birthday.
It will also be.
Come in for the hearing, we'll schedule it first.
But Andrea won't be here for the vote.
What about
Do you want? I just want to make sure that we're very careful about the numbers.
Yeah,
You know, the interesting thing,
I can make it.
none of us are lawyers, but Walter's hearing the meeting tonight.
Yeah, I think the rule is if you
You can make up
you
one
can make
meeting.
up one.
He's
Yeah, you
here.
can make
Right.
up
He's
one.
hearing.
Well, let me ask a question. I mean, there's some work that needs to be done in the interim in terms of, you know, we've
Yeah,
got questions regarding the stormwater management, some of these other things.
Tom, how far off are we though?
Well, they
These
let
guys
him-
seem pretty.
Yeah, no, it's,
Let them
get
answer
the
that.
changes wrapped up.
You want to vote on the 25th.
I just want to see a good project move forward, that's all.
Well, I mean, we all want
The question
that. I
is,
mean,
is
but-
2 weeks enough for you to respond to all the comments?
We'll respond.
Well, how long do you need, Tom? How long do you need, Tom?
The week unless
to
you
get
talk-
his
unless you get a-
responses?
Paul is usually good with responses, so I think it'll be a quick turnaround when we get them. So, I don't know, 2 or 3 days, that'll be fine.
I mean, how about April 18th?
It's only a week.
It's not, you can't get that?
No.
No, it's not a holiday, but
15th is a holiday.
Patriots
Oh.
Monday.
Not
Marathon
next
Monday.
week. Next week's school vacation.
Yeah, it's school vacation.
okay.
You know what, if we set it up for the 25th, it doesn't work, we put it off for the following week. Nothing lost.
I'm away the whole
Can we, what about Wednesday, the 24th?
I'm definitely in Toronto that day.
Oh, you are.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're back on the 25th?
Yeah, we got to be careful
Um,
about people missing the meetings.
Can we do Monday night
That's
that
all we
week?
need is for.
Yeah, Monday, the 22nd.
It only gives him it only gives him 1 extra day
That's
from,
only a week and a half. How about Monday, the 29th?
I'm away that whole week. I'm in Montreal.
4 of us can definitely make it on
Without
the
your children?
25th. Steve, can you make it on the 25th?
Conference.
Yes, I can make it the 20th.
Jeff?
Tell me about it.
It's going to be tight because I have an afternoon flight. There's a good chance I won't be here. At least I won't be here on time. So, and it's not ideal that night.
Not to ruin weekends, but could we do the 26th? Could we do Friday? I'm sorry, I didn't.
No.
It was a slip. I'm sorry.
I don't work here on Fridays.
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
Town hall is closed.
Oh, that's right.
How's
Yeah.
that?
Oh.
So it's the 22nd or the 29th? Is the 22nd not
I
work
thought
for
the
you?
22nd
They were
was
concerned
not-
about
thought it was
you.
taking longer than the hearing.
Can't make it the 22nd, can we do it a week later?
Yeah.
We just
Just gonna miss me.
We'll miss the 20, miss you, but we won't miss
But-
you on, no, everybody's here on the 22nd.
Week of the 22nd is good. I could even try and squeeze that Wednesday if Wednesday was a better day for
How does
everybody.
that work with the
I
decision?
can try and make that Wednesday work.
That Jeff wasn't here.
Oh, yeah, you're not
Yeah,
here.
go on.
Jeff's not
Some
here.
of these changes are going to require some deliberation.
Yeah.
Sidewalks, things like
Yeah.
that.
That's fine.
We need,
The sooner, actually, the better.
we need 4 members to vote on the decision. And if we're planning on Andrea being one of those 4 people, we'd have to have the decision ready the night of the 29th. We'd have to vote that night and sign the decision.
Yeah, what is the probability of that happening?
Well, if we met on the 22nd.
Maybe we should do that, the 22nd, and then we can schedule another meeting at that point, and,
I can't personally be here, but I
You
can
can't be
send
here
a
on the
staff
20th.
person, so that's fine.
I'll read you 55 comments.
Thank you, Peter.
okay, okay.
I don't want to make you
That-
feel
that-
bad.
They should
What
be
about
resolved by
the
then.
23rd?
I know, I'm
Jeff, are
teasing,
you
Tom.
around the 23rd?
I don't want, yeah, Dave
no.
does a pretty good job.
No, I have
Yeah.
to leave.
Yeah.
this.
Yeah.
We talked about bringing anybody
Just
in.
on
Yeah,
the
Dave will do.
22nd at 7 PM, there's a town meeting organizing meeting run by CC at 7 PM that night.
She's
I
doing
haven't
it
seen
in the
that yet.
evening.
How long has that been floating? I haven't seen
I
that.
just saw that this week.
I haven't seen it yet.
Well, 7 o'clock, she'll be done by 7:30.
Yeah, as you can see, there's a lot going on getting ready for town meeting. Okay, we have to make a decision here, folks. I mean, let's try to do something the 22nd, and that'll put us in a position where we can have a final decision. You know, we can vote, and you can get on with things by the following week
Yeah, only
sometime.
agenda item and just do
Okay.
this and then get out.
So,
The one item. They work the engineering separately.
7 o'clock?
All the drainage.
7 is
crap,
organizational
he
meeting,
can
right,
take
to
care of that with
7:30?
Tom.
Well, we can have Walter represent the board.
Do what you need to do.
Walter's going to be on the
Gotta go
board
the
soon
other
enough.
meeting, but do what you need to do.
I mean, if you want to try to schedule it for 8 o'clock instead of 7, give us an hour at least to meet with the moderator.
This could be
That's
the
fine.
only agenda item for us on the 22nd if we want. Just hold a meeting just for this.
Schedule.
He doesn't, yeah, but it's not his agenda, it's our agenda.
I'll tell you what, how about we just, agree to 8 o'clock on the 22nd?
That's
And then
a
at
good
least
idea.
an hour for the moderator, and that should be plenty of time. And hopefully they'll be able to work with that window that we have. Okay, so we okay with that? And we'll schedule the next one.
Can we schedule the next meeting out in May?
Let's do that.
Let's do that.
after.
I'm just, if
Yeah,
people are
I mean,
asking
why
when
not?
the next meeting is, I need to know for
Yep.
scheduling.
Yes.
Well, didn't, what does,
Especially if we're trying to keep the 22nd to this one agenda item.
Well, that was my suggestion. I don't know.
I don't see why we'd have to do it. If we're going to meet, I'd rather knock off whatever business is in front of us.
All right, as far as this project, though, can we just get this done, make the motion, and move on? Because a lot
Make
of
a
people...
motion
Should we want
to
to add
continue this
8
hearing
o'clock?
till April 22nd at 8 PM.
Second.
Further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye. Sorry.
Can I ask your permission to make a statement that does not have to do with the hearing?
Sure.
I would like to personally thank and for the town also, Andrea Langhauser, who has served for this board many years and very, very well. And I think we all owe her thank you, and I appreciate the effort she's brought forth for this town and for our board. And I'd like to thank her, and I know others feel the same way.
Thank you. Okay, so now do I have a motion to continue the public hearing?
To reopen?
To continue the public hearing. We
Yeah,
have to
postponed it,
continue.
we're just-
We just,
We schedule the next
So it's-
meeting.
yeah, we-
Did you continue it?
Yeah.
yeah, we continued it to the next meeting.
Okay,
Yep.
okay.
Oh, wait. Oh, this public hearing. Yeah, I was thinking the bylaws. Yeah, bylaws. I thought that's what we did.
Yeah.
I thought that was,
That's what I'm gonna write in the meeting.
I thought you were talking about the
That's what I'm gonna write in the
bylaw
meeting
hearing.
minutes. I'll write that in the meeting.
Nice to meet you. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's exciting, yeah, exciting.
It is. Good, it's gonna work out great with the Alice thing, and I think that'll be perfect.
They
said they were gonna stay for zoning.
That was before they realized it was going to go to past 10
Probably didn't even know. That wasn't by mistake.
Just to know, it's not illegal.
Don't you realize?
I know. I have a lot to learn. No, I agreed with it.
You know what? Every abutter that showed up was happy with the project.
Yep.
What more can you want? All right, we're looking forward to it.
Yeah, thank you.
Very excited. It's a good thing. And there's gonna be another one across the street.
They're here.
It's my doctor.
Another one.
I don't know for sure. That's what I heard. That Al.
No, he submitted a concept plan at the last meeting.
And I heard 40,000.
I think to express his concern about the relationship, his driveway to Joe Fran and the town.
That's myself, my own business, on my own family.
A little small.
So,
They said they filled up their building. They wish they had more space, so I guess.
1689.
Pretty amazing, I
Not
guess.
surprised.
Sickness is a big business these days.
That's an HMO.
It's insane. Universal health care.
And the sad thing is,
All those good
Harvard
things.
Pilgrim and Blues are even higher. Well, very rarely do you get every abutter that shows happy with the project.
Oh, yeah.
I know, how rare is that? You never see that.
I have kids, and then...
Hey, listen, it looks first class.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, real. We could use about 5 more of these in this town.
Thank you.
As the house architect, what do you think?
I like it.
Yes.
I think it's handsome.
Would you just pass up the...
You may have enough of this. Did you go to their website and see?
No, I haven't.
Double-sided.
They have them in several towns.
Yeah, yeah. A little more finesse than the regular. It will be key in dressing.
Okay, very good.
You know, Nicodemus, he'll hold the line on that.
Sure.
There's no water?
Yeah, he just tried it.
I just got some.
So do we need to
Okay,
reopen the
so-
other hearing?
That's what I was making.
Well, we never...
We did,
We post-
All we did was
Continue
postpone it until
reopen.
after, so...
Just keep going.
It's still open, yeah.
Okay.
okay. So,
I'm not gonna
at this
remember.
time, we're going to continue the public hearing regarding the
You'll get an email.
proposed zoning articles, number 9 through 13, for the upcoming town meeting, the warrant for the upcoming town meeting.
Oh, that's mine.
Oh, okay. So I didn't want you to step on it.
Now we'll see how much we spill.
Ah, not bad, not bad.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Nobody to complain about them.
Oh, what are you handing me here?
This is, these are the proposed zoning
Oh, okay.
articles.
22nd.
Thank you.
Planning
Hey,
board.
You're welcome. How are you?
Al,
Good.
last cup.
Planning board.
Okay. Okay, so we're going to move to Article 9, which is the first article, I believe, for this evening's purposes.
Doesn't look like it was completely finished here.
Oh.
In the back there, in the back. But that's all right, I mean, the essence of it's up front.
You'll find it happens all the way through.
It's this one.
You have a different one, Walter.
Sorry, when I copied it, I didn't realize it was double-sided.
Do you need a Need a copy, or? Okay.
Oh, yeah, here. Take yours back.
Okay, so before we get started, just to get everyone up to speed here, we've got Bob Bullock, Building Commissioner, Zoning Enforcement Officer, so he's present for this discussion this evening. We also have Walter Byron, who's a member of the Zoning Bylaw Study Committee, and it's a potential future member, and likely future member of the Planning Board. So, I guess with that, maybe just a brief description here of the article. Article 9 is to see if the town will vote to delete Norfolk zoning bylaw sections J4A4 and amend, delete Norfolk zoning bylaw sections J4A5 and J4A6, and delete J4A8 and amend all in the C1 district, routes 1A/115, or take any other action thereto, as shown below, with bold type indicating additions and or deletions. So I apologize for those of you at home. You know, zoning, these things are kind of cryptic, and you don't have the benefit of having these documents, but we'll do the best we can here. So item J4A4 is the deletion of the existing language relative to location of drives and streets on the same side of the highway. J4A4B is the deletion of interim drives, as well as J4A4C, J4A4D. Those are all relative to the deletion of the words interim drives. J4A45, deletion of alignment of drives and streets on opposite sides of the highway. J4A6, I'm sorry, deletion of the frontage road, so that's the most significant item. And these other items are related to that action. And J4A6A, deletion of frontage road development requirement. And J4A8 to amend, actually that now gets into building heights. So really this particular article is related to the frontage road requirement that exists today in the town's zoning, and the elimination of that requirement in the C1 district, the entire C1 district. So, I guess with that introduction, I see, Bob, you grabbed a microphone, so I'm perfectly willing to turn it over to you if you'd like to offer any clarification. Or,
sure. Bob Bullock, Building Commissioner. I brought these articles up mainly. The way these are actually formatted in this, I think, have to be redone before they go on the actual warrant that gets mailed out. Because I think when I put these forward, I had separated out each one of these. The frontage road being the first one, and then a lot of these were kind of interim roads based on the frontage road. So that's one of the reasons why we looked at each one of these. It became very convoluted when you looked at all the different drives and all the different ways that you can access your property. So in going through this, we decided that drawing up a new bylaw and taking the J4A4 and making it a new title of location of drives and streets that intersect Route 1A or Route 115. And the idea was just to try to create either an intersection where someone would put a driveway in directly across from an existing driveway, if that's possible, and if it's not possible, at least within that they would be separated by approximately 250 feet, but giving the caveat to the planning board that where practicable would be is placed in there, so that if the planning board, in the
in the site plan process sees that, less than 250 feet would still work.
Right.
Similar to what's going on with this medical building, where they were separating their driveways by 200 feet, still seemed to work, then they could approve it without going through a variance process. Some of these interim drives, J4A5 in particular, requires that even on the opposite side of the road, you can only be 100 feet away. You have to be more than 100 feet away, or you need a variance. And in some instances, that could play a role with, infringing on someone being able to build on it. But the other part of this on this J4A4, the location of drives and streets that intersect Route 1A and Route 115, unless the access is denied to an individual lot, then they would be able to also place that driveway in a less than 250-foot area. If everybody understands what I'm getting at here, because there's a lot kind of built into that that one paragraph on the amended J4A4. We're deleting what's called right now locations of drives and streets on the same side of highway. So we basically have put this one paragraph in and removed, I'd say 4 other paragraphs, sections, so that this is the only one that's going to pertain to the location of drives. The other J4A8 to amend the building height should be a completely separate article as well, and should be taken out. So in this particular, in Article 9 that you guys are all looking at, if there's any particular questions, I could probably hopefully answer it for you.
Well, just, in terms of building height, so there's reference in J4A presently for building, that's where it resides?
That's where it resides now, and it's for 40 feet. And we're proposing to move it up to 46 feet.
And so, this has come up before, and I think in the past, there's been, general support at least for these types of changes in terms of allowing for the slope proofing and different types of things that can come into play. But just so I understand you correctly, so are you saying that that language won't be in the same article, even though it's going to affect the same part of the zoning bylaw? We may
Well, no, it's just it'll become a separate article unto itself. So right now, the way this is almost formatted, you're saying yes or no to all of these articles in one shot, which it shouldn't be that way. I don't think that was the original intent. It was just, some of the people that wrote it up on the zoning bylaw study committee just didn't break them out, in the proper format for town meeting. So at least that's my understanding.
But, is that even possible at this late stage in terms of how, what's been done in terms of setting up at least the placeholders for the various articles? Is there any choice, and I'm not sure we have any choice, but to include it in that particular article at this late stage?
Well, Marion Harrington actually asked me today to help start formatting these, so I'm assuming they still can.
It'd be Marion and the Board of Selectmen that make that call, not us.
Yeah, I just don't know if there's an applicable.
Well, it hasn't been sent. It hasn't been sent out yet. So
okay.
As long as it's done.
They're closer to
that.
it than I am.
It's not new material. The material has been discussed publicly and submitted within a timely manner. How they set up the warrant is strictly the purview of the selectmen, I believe.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, please, Walter. Yeah.
A number of us on the zoning bylaw study committee took Mr. Bullock's recommended articles, of which there were over a dozen, I think, and thought that the best approach was to consolidate them into one article so that we would not put on the floor in front of the town as many as 24 zoning articles, which would take a considerable amount of town meeting time. we worked pretty hard to get the language acceptable, and I'm surprised at the 11th hour here to find that the language is now unacceptable. As far as the specific of the building height is concerned, that 46-foot number is consistent with the number in B1 district. Yeah. It's not. I don't think anybody disputing to change to 46 feet.
Well, I don't think anyone's disputing it. It's the way it's set up, and I know that it was discussed at the zoning bylaw study committee meeting to break that out so that it wasn't all inclusive. I do remember that whole discussion. It probably should have been broken out.
You may be right, Steve. I just don't remember that way, but you may be right.
I just don't want to get tripped up on the procedural aspect, that's all. That's, okay. So now, in terms of the essence of that particular article, I mean, really, the driver there for that article is the frontage road, in terms of the elimination of frontage road. One time, there was some thought that because there's another article that's going to segment the various quadrants of the C1, there was some thought that perhaps the frontage road might make more sense in some portions of the C1, not in others. I personally moved away from that just based on some of the wetlands information and just looking at the practicality of it. But I'm just one person. So, we've had some discussion about it. I'm not sure we're totally aligned at this point. But, in terms of any other factual information, I mean, is there anything else that you two gentlemen who have been immersed in this would like to offer before we get into that discussion?
Well, as you may recall, when the zoning bylaw study committee brought the articles to the planning board for discussion, Mr. Houston provided a drawing which did show what the impact of putting frontage roads in all sections of the C1 district would be. And one of the things that it pointed out was that in several cases it consumes a significant portion of the lot that someone would try to develop, and probably prevent development of those particular lots. Now, that's not the case in every lot, but there was a significant number that did. So that was one of the arguments for dispensing with the requirement for frontage roads.
I think the other argument has always been that the liability of the individual owners and who's going to take on that liability for other customers from neighboring properties crossing their property. It's not a town-owned road. It's something that would end up. Who's going to maintain that road? Who's going to maintain? If one business is open on a Sunday and the other one isn't. Is that going to? Is he going to have to go out there and make sure that that area is cleared? With snow or whatever the case may be. It's just there's a lot of factors that are involved in each one of these that I don't think have ever really played out to the point where you can actually make these connections and make it proper.
Well, that's really kind of a silly argument. That you shouldn't even bring stuff like that up. People do this all over the country. This is not something that's unique. So, you shouldn't be bringing up stuff like that.
Steve, you have your opinion, and others have their opinion. So I just want to express, the opinion that I've heard as well as my own. So you're welcome to that opinion.
Let me just offer that this came up in relation to, a project, an active project that's taking place in the town. And I brought those issues up because they were asked. Those same questions, concerns were brought up by one of the parties, and those eventually got directed, I believe they got directed to town council. Now, what came back wasn't necessarily an answer to those questions. We came back with something different. So those questions have come up, as recently as, I believe, November of last year, and I'm not sure we've ever seen any answers in terms of what's reasonable, at least what's reasonable and customary, which I guess if we're going to have frontage roads, we should at least know what's reasonable and customary, and then, oftentimes I think this stuff gets negotiated between the parties, involved, but.
I think we're digressing from the article of which this hearing is about. So I prefer not to digress into, what might have transpired on an individual site plan or a pair of site plans. I think we should address the article, vote it up or down, before the town meeting and move forward. You know, it's 10:30 at night, and we could go on forever.
Well, I can
on
appreciate
issue.
that, Peter, but, you know, Steve is a member of the board. You know, he had some comments. I mean, it's relevant to the article, so either we're going to have a public hearing and vet these things, or
I mean,
they're going to
no,
get
I mean,
vetted at town meeting. And unfortunately, that's what tends to happen, is that we don't necessarily see the folks here. They show up at town meeting, which is wonderful, but it'd be nice to vet these things as best as
Well,
possible.
I mean,
before
Bob
town
brought up
meeting, and that's what we're
liability and
trying to do.
maintenance issues. Steve disagrees, and we both heard both
And
sides.
we're done, but that
Right.
doesn't mean it wasn't an appropriate conversation, I guess.
Just to
you know what I mean?
elongate it is the part. You know, to recap it is the part. It's 10:30 at night.
Well, okay, Peter, I mean, we have work to do, so
Right.
hopefully you're on board for, you know, the duration here for the next hour and a half.
This is, I don't want to, for anybody who's reading this zoning article, when you say delete frontage road, you mean delete the entire section?
Yes.
Or, yes, you mean delete these paragraphs?
Yes.
So there will be no frontage roads as a requirement in C1.
Correct.
There'll be no frontage road development requirements because there's no frontage road. And those interim drives are all related back. So basically, everybody has their own under this change, every property has their own entrance onto 115. That's the suggested change.
Yes.
115 or 1A.
Yes.
Okay. I tend to, every time I drive in Framingham, I wish they had frontage roads. And someday our little C1 is going to have the kind of traffic that benefits from frontage roads. So I haven't been convinced by the cases we've seen that they're not workable. I've been convinced that people don't like them, but I haven't been convinced that they're not workable.
Before we open it up, we're going to open it up shortly, but, I've seen a situation, for example, there's a development on 1A that's, matter of fact, we have some business tonight to review the decision, but, it's one parcel.
Yeah.
When I think of a frontage road, I'm thinking of, a fairly lengthy, contiguous road.
Right.
And I just don't see the C1, any of the quadrants really, I don't see that being a practical a part of that, that real estate. I just don't see it. In some cases, it's due to wetlands, that there's wetlands and there's low-lying areas that would have to be traversed by such a road. In other cases, the wetlands come very close to, in the case of 1A, in one of the quadrants, it comes very close to 1A. So if there's a frontage road requirement, you're really, pinching down the amount of developable land, which means, that we're going to have less in the way of commercial development. So, I mean, I'm just one person, but those are some of the things as I went through this thought process that I had noticed and I thought were relevant to the discussion.
Well, one thing that might be useful, because everybody does know the town pretty well, is if there is a slide with an ortho photo with the C1 district on it, so you can see those physical constraints.
Tom provided it was a
Yeah, but
wetlands.
she's saying
had
bring
a
it up at
parcel.
town
Bring it up at town meeting.
At town meeting.
At town meeting.
Part of the presentation.
I think that.
That's fine. Yeah.
I think
we need to make a presentation if you're going to make an argument about physical constraints. I like the ability to eliminate when it's not appropriate, but I like the ability to have it there when it is appropriate.
I think the key to me, and I think it's hugely important in the presentation of this, is the linked parking. And the fact that you have to raise that that's still a requirement in our bylaws, and that some cases where a frontage road wouldn't make sense, linked parking might make better sense. And really, that is what we're trying to get. It doesn't matter if it's done through a frontage road as per these developments. You're trying to connect the sites to keep traffic off of the main roads and interim traffic between parking lots when you can. So I think I don't care at all if frontage road is gone, as long as there's a purview for linked parking. And what might be a nice consideration for the future is, where we're seeing a lot of examples, is, where practicable, and maybe it's called linked parking and linked pedestrian access, as a future consideration, because that's really what we want, is movement between the sites. And so I think if it's presented that way, that we're not taking away movement between sites, we're trying to make sites more developable by not making these huge constraints of chunks of land for having a road.
I honestly believe it's the interim drive that is the concept that I'm more partial to than the frontage road itself. It really is. It really is being able to scoot from one site to the other without going out onto the main road.
Whether that be the back of the parking lot, the front of the parking lot, as long as there's a way to do it.
But interim drives are also being eliminated.
But no, that's linked parking is different than interim
Interim
drives.
drives are from the frontage road out to the main road.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, that's...
So they go part and
They're
parcel.
not linked parking.
Yeah, different. Linked parking isn't being changed, but that should be presented in the presentation of this, that linked parking meets the same goal, still in the bylaws, not going away.
That's really subtle. That would not be obvious the way...
Right, the way this stands as the warrant, yeah.
Can we add as a friendly amendment pedestrian connections? No, because it's a separate section.
No, so I'm just saying that might be a future consideration.
Still exists,
but
and that's how it seems to have worked its way through on the last two.
The reason it did, and this gets to the concept, the point I made earlier, is because we had the requirement for a frontage road, we could bargain.
We also had the requirement for linked parking as well.
Right, we have
So we
both
could have
right now.
bargained on both.
Right.
The one that jumps out at you is the reason why 70 feet of your front yard disappears
Right.
to satisfy a never implemented bylaw that was drawn up in the abstract 25 years ago. So we can recapture some setback of 70 feet on our main retail highways instead of allowing for that future 24-foot road. I mean, that's the craziness about it. It's a domino effect of developable land.
I agree. I honestly think Michelle's expanded presentation gets to the concept that I was trying to maintain.
Okay. Where this is a public hearing, maybe we open it up, get a few comments, and maybe there's some further discussion as a result. So I guess I know Mr. Quaglieri has expressed an interest to speak.
We were talking about Article 9.
Yep.
Is that correct?
Yep.
Steve, did that always have, unless access an individual lot is denied?
Yes.
It did.
Where's that?
In the one paragraph that's still existing.
Okay.
So well, that's that whole 250 feet thing. It's where practicable, or if access is denied to an individual lot. So it all has to do with putting the 250 feet in there as a guideline, but the planning board can say that, well, that's not practicable. Or they can say, oh, well, you don't have any access to your lot if it's not 250 feet. So that there's two outs there for a decision to say that you can be less than 250 feet.
Gotcha. So I'm just interpreting that wrong. It's where practical doesn't go away if your lot is denied.
If it's denied, no, access is denied. If you don't have access because it's less than 250 feet,
We can't deny you to develop
yeah,
your
you
lot.
can't be denied to allow that lot to be developed. That we have to allow you to have a driveway.
It seems to me that there may be many instances like the one we saw tonight where the 250 feet just doesn't make sense. So I'm wondering if at the beginning you make it a special permit process where you say, except by special permit, proposed drives, et cetera, shall be 250 feet, and then get rid of all the where practicals and all the rest of it. In other words, if you just want to do it, if you think it's appropriate on a site, you could have a planning board special permit to allow it.
Well, I mean, rather than formalizing it, this language lets us and gives us some wiggle room in the approval process. I think this language works better with thus not having another special permit. I mean, my God.
I actually wondered, Bob, if the way it was written, that you intended in this, now I don't have my glasses on, in that whole paragraph of J4, A4, you intended, where practicable, to be a secondary choice. That it would, that you wanted them to be 250 feet back, and only when it wasn't practicable where was it to be something different. And I personally think that it's written to suggest that they're equals. That it's 250 feet, unless it's not practicable. And some people think there's subjectivity and so I actually think that you want to make them uneven. You want to show preference.
Well, the preference was to try to line up the driveways across from one another. That's the first preference.
Right.
The second would be that it would be 250 feet apart, only because we've had other instances in town where someone's ready to pull out of a parking lot, someone's pulling up, and they put on their blinker, but they're not going to take that right, they're going to take the next right, and somebody jumps out in front of them. So the separation is important, and there was a discussion of whether or not it should be 150 or 250. I wanted to hold it to the 250 because if you start at 150 and you start cutting it short from that, you're really in trouble as far as running into that problem I just described. So, but ideally, setting them up across from other driveways was the first preference, and then the 250 feet, and then to make sure that someone wasn't denied access, ability to build out their lot.
I don't know if you guys saw that, but I read it as them being, three options, not having the preference that Bob intended.
It's a site plan review. We make the call, the language is in there, and it gives us language to vary it.
I'm just telling you that I work with regulations all the time, and it's not the person's intent, it's how can it legally be interpreted.
Well,
and if you know when you're writing it that you have a preference, where practicable is only meant to be a decision by the planning board, not the applicant, then you ought to make that. Then you ought to make that clear.
And overregulation is exactly what the problem is with this state.
Peter, we could get out of here quickly, or we could get out of here when you want to.
So, Andrea, you're suggesting that, or we're practical.
It's not a qualifying event, working with regulation. I consider it a hindrance to development.
Okay. So, in terms of, or we're practical, you're suggesting practicable, define that as determined by the planning board?
As determined by the planning board.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that's what that's what you mean, is that it's a decision that's made.
Well,
it's a
honestly,
decision that's made. It's not a decision that's made by the applicant. It's a decision that's made in conversation, and then decided upon by the town.
This is zoning bylaw. I think you're changing the scope.
I mean, my first right on this was that there wasn't, where practicable, wasn't even in there. It was either line up the drive or keep it 250 feet apart and not deny access to someone's lot. It was Steve that really wanted to have more flexibility to it, and I thought it was. I didn't think it was too unreasonable.
In other places in our zoning.
So putting by the planning board after that, where practicable, by the planning board, it wouldn't. I think that would be a very easy, friendly amendment to it. So
I just think the location of the comma there, it just doesn't seem to read. I mean, if it said from center line to center line or where practicable, comma, unless access to an individual,
Right.
Is the comma in the wrong place?
I think the comma is in the wrong place. I think you're right.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't remember putting a comma in there, so it's.
Yeah.
All right, so you're suggesting move the comma from behind center line to behind practical.
Yes.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah. And I think, and the other thing that Bob was okay with is above where, in the sentence above that, it ends with comma or practicable, or where practicable, as determined by the planning board.
The other thing you could do is you could start the sentence with, unless access to an individual lot is denied, other drives and streets shall be staggered across, blah, 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 blah. That's another way to grammatically structure it. I think it's a little more clear.
I do too.
I do too. I like that.
What was that again?
So
I'm sorry.
start the sentence with, unless access to an individual lot is denied, put that at the beginning of the
Oh, I
sentence.
see what you're saying.
Other drives and streets shall be staggered across Route 1A.
That
Yep.
sets up the hierarchy, the decision hierarchy.
That's right.
Yep.
Could I make mention of one?
That would answer Al's question.
Sure, grab a mic, though, would you? You got, okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm under the understanding that on the current code, interim drives, it's 150. Is that
Right, that whole issue of the different measurements
So we're gonna
was,
increase it to
went away.
250, but then we're also going to add language onto the planning board side.
No, that's for interim drives, which is a different thing from a permanent entrance. It's already 250 in the existing bylaw.
But in theory, Gino, it is, every interim drive is a permanent drive.
I know, but in
reality, you're absolutely correct.
It's not a change. It's what it says in the zoning bylaw now. That's all I'm saying.
If we want to just look at this in a practical sense,
But aren't we deleting all
we're going
the
from
interim
150
drives?
to 250, and we're adding language.
No, we're not doing that.
Well,
Well, I guess I see your point. I see your point.
I think, we are deleting
Permanent
them.
drives that you're calling interim drives.
So we're discussing
Just 'cause you
delete
label them
interim drives that are
Doesn't
dying.
mean they're interim, they're permanent. And then you're increasing the 150 to 250, and then you're adding language from the planning board that it's under the purview of the planning board. So it just seems like you're defeating the whole purpose of loosening these regulations.
Well, it is under the purview of the planning board anyway. I mean, we're just...
But we're
you know.
saying the interim drives can go away. You don't need
I
them.
don't see it that way.
No, these are zoning bylaws.
Right.
These are zoning bylaws.
So in
and
terms of site
if
plan
they-
review,
You can't change a zoning bylaw.
no, but
No,
Whereas in this bylaw, you have the ability to, make some changes to it and allow something to happen without going through a variance process.
which is good
Right
for the
now,
applicant.
you have,
That's
on the
good for
same
the
side of the road, it's 250 feet. On the opposite side of the road, it's 100 feet. It has to be more than 100 feet. So,
Well, it doesn't say that in here, though.
no, I'm saying the existing.
Oh, the existing, yeah, that's correct.
Yes.
So it's just taking under the guise of the planning board at 250, when right now it's 150.
But interim drives are going away as part of this.
So I would just think that you would take that 150 and transfer it to the new bylaw.
Because
Because that's what we've been dealing with in theory all along. These interim drives have been permanent drives.
Actually, in theory, we've been dealing with in 250, but in practice, we've been dealing with it as interims, right?
So Al, it's the last sentence, other drives and streets shall be staggered across, should be 250. It's that 250 distance that you're saying is an increase?
Yeah, and from a selfish perspective, my corner Valley Pine Street lot, because of that car wash access, now can no longer meet your guidelines under these new laws. I align that access onto 1A directly across from Joffrey, but because you guys allowed the entrance for the car wash, I can't keep 250. And if you read this, it says other drives and streets shall be staggered across 1A and 115 by 250 or more.
Yeah.
So that modification put my access out of compliance.
Unless
But you can line it up?
But you can be lined directly across from an existing drive.
Put it right opposite Joffrey.
Yeah, so he's okay.
But, no, because they allowed the car wash to come out right next to Joffrey.
No. At the beginning, where it says shall not be located within 200 feet, unless they are aligned directly across from an existing drive or where practicable. That's the sentence before the one you're reading.
Then it says other drives or streets shall be staggered across Route 1A and 115.
you're either directly aligned
Or you're
or you're
staggering
staggered by
by
250.
And now it's bringing his driveway right
You have two choices.
directly opposite. Right. And he complies.
You were directly across.
Directly across. The first
But
sentence
what-
is
no,
the one that
he
says
doesn't have to.
directly across is fine.
Because they shall be 250 feet
Okay.
unless they're alive.
We're going to have to, or else we're not going to get through these.
Do we have some friendly amendments
with the offset
to this?
new drive with the car.
Well, what I've heard is we're going to move the words "unless access to an individual lot is denied." We're going to put that ahead of other drives and streets,
Right.
and we're going to
Throw that out.
add the comma. Let's see, I guess
Still goes after practicable and then gets added as determined by the planning board.
to center line, or where practicable as determined by the planning board. That's basically, I think, what we're saying.
Yep. But you're putting, but you have where practicable in two different locations.
Yep.
That's right.
Right, because one relates to, directly
So it's
across
always,
and one
the
relates to...
determination is always by the planning board,
Okay, so that needs to be added in two places.
in two places.
Agreed.
Gino, can you be the secretary for this zoning-related stuff?
I gave him
We lost Betsy.
I'll take that because I've got to communicate this to the rest of the members of the...
Michelle wrote it down.
I already wrote it down for him.
Okay.
We both need to do it, because the planning board needs to, we need to vote on these, so,
Copy.
I just,
You can't do it. You've already done it. Can you send it out?
Yeah.
You've got
It'd be
everybody's,
part of the
You're our
meeting
clerk.
minutes, right? Or a separate email if we need.
just to, you want it tonight, right? You want it tonight or tomorrow?
That's fine, I can do that.
You have Walter
Okay.
Byron's address too?
That's what she did.
Or you'll just send it to Betsy and Betsy will move it on.
okay. So I guess with
Can you
those
move it on?
friendly amendments,
Tuesday, if you're up.
I'll just Xerox
Right.
what she handed.
She won't do anything for us tonight, trust me.
with those friendly amendments, I guess, do I have a motion with those friendly amendments?
What do we want to do about separating out the building height? Do we want to recommend that as a...
At this point, I think we better go with what's here.
Yeah,
Um,
Bob has an avenue to take care of that on his own.
Okay, so if you need to do that, you don't need
Well,
our
we
endorsement.
could assume that it's going to be broken out and make a motion for both of them.
I don't think he needs us to do that.
Yeah.
I'd rather just stick with what we've got in front of us, because if we start deviating from this, it might just get...
So I'm going to move to approve Article 9
So,
with the modifications that are going to be recorded via the zoning bylaw subcommittee and via emails through our board that we've discussed tonight on that first paragraph, second paragraph. Do I need to say them?
Did you make a motion to...
Move to approve Article 9
Okay.
with those modifications.
Okay.
okay, so motion's been made with the friendly amendments
Mhm.
that have been stated. So is the motion seconded?
A second.
Okay. Any further discussion?
Nope.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. Okay. Article 10. This is the longest one. Okay, thank you. And Tom has helped us with the language. Did you write this, Tom?
No, Michelle.
Oh, Michelle, you
I
wrote
just
this one?
Xeroxed it.
Fantastic. I didn't think
I
your
did a
handwriting
dandy
was
job
that good.
Xeroxing it.
Okay, the next one,
What's this?
the next one is the longest one here in terms of the articles. I think it's worth, because the other ones are fairly short. Please bear with me as I read this one as quickly as possible. To see if the town will vote to amend Section JC1 District Routes 1A/115 of the Norfolk zoning bylaws by changing Section J.3 district boundaries as shown below with bold type indicating additions and strike-through type indicating deletions. The C1 district is further divided into two areas. One on-highway, which consists of that portion of the C1 district which is located within 300 feet of the frontage line of Route 1A or 115, and two, off-highway, which consists of that portion of the C1 district which is located greater than 300 feet from the frontage line of Route 1A and 115. Now, in bold, the off-highway district shall be further divided into the following four sub-areas. So this is the new portion of this particular zoning article. C-1A shall include that portion of the off-highway district in the southwest quadrant of the Route 1A 115 intersection. C1B shall include that portion of the off-highway district in the northwest quadrant of the Route 1A 115 intersection. C1C shall include that portion of the off-highway district in the northeast quadrant of the Route 1A 115 intersection. And C1D shall include that portion of the off-highway district in the southeast quadrant of the Route 1A 115 intersection. Within the C1C, that particular segment, if you will, off-highway district, there shall be an adult business overlay district and a, in bold, medical marijuana treatment overlay district, which shall be comprised of the following lots. And there's reference to assessor maps. And then the statement, add to Section B definitions for the following. And once again, medical marijuana treatment, and this is all related to the recent referendum on medical marijuana within the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. So the definition, medical marijuana treatment is provided by a not-for-profit entity and is defined by and registered under Massachusetts law only, that acquires, cultivates, possesses, processes, including development and related products such as food, tinctures, I don't know what that means.
Tinctures. You used to know.
Possesses, processes, I'm sorry, including development of related products such as food, tinctures, aerosols, oils, or ointments. Transfers, transports, sells, distributes, dispenses, or administers marijuana products containing marijuana, related supplies, or educational materials to qualifying patients or their personal caregivers. So there's more to Article 10 dealing with now other segments, if you will, other quadrants, I'm sorry, of the C1 district. But that's the first quadrant that we're discussing, and it deals with medical marijuana treatment. Any comments, questions about what we're doing here? Basically, we're trying to comply with the referendum and bring some specificity in terms of where these activities can take place.
This is 115.
Anything to add? Did I articulate that clearly enough?
I think you did.
We have a map.
Yes, I think, Mr. Chairman, you got that well described, read it correctly, and the intent of the Zoning Bylaw Studies Committee was to find a location within the town that would be accommodate this new law and yet be restricted to a certain area within the town. And the overlay district that was proposed, is proposed in this article, is coincident with the adult entertainment district.
Which is 300 feet off of Route 1A and off of Pond Street, that quadrant, which is basically where Rocky's Auto is, et cetera, behind, but 300 feet back. So for those folks at home, just so that they have some idea of what quadrant we're talking about. So,
and that's one.
Any other questions, comments regarding that part of this article? We'll continue. Yeah.
Just so you know, this is basically, I think it was 2 to 3 lots off of Sherwood Drive. That's where this is located. So.
Okay. So now we're going to continue with another quadrant here of the C1.
The only problem is Andrea noticed that the description of where the quadrants are, describing the northwest and northeast and southwest and southeast, is incorrect for the location of these quadrants.
I thought we've been through this before with the map and.
See, I didn't have the. I only used the words and then put the map together, and it came out wrong. Show me your map.
It's counterintuitive in terms of north, south, east, west in that location. I get turned around when we started talking about.
1A is north, right?
No, it's not Route 1A. It's the 1A quadrant. The 1A quadrant is southwest, which is where Four Kicks is.
have the map?
in Joffran.
Because, I mean,
This gives you the rough orientation.
Yeah, just, I mean, we have to check north on that map and just.
Yeah, there's a,
I don't have
there's a
that.
compass and there's a thing.
But I'd be surprised if this is
North is
incorrect,
up.
because this question has already come up and these
Right.
maps were
Well,
completed.
you know, I mean, I'm pretending I'm the,
Here's the map.
I'm the public,
Here's the map.
you know? If these questions,
This will be displayed at the town meeting.
okay, get it up on the board.
Here it is, it's up on the board.
Okay, 1C, 1C is in the northwest. There you go, there you go, there you go.
So,
Yeah, you should orient the
North.
plan north up.
North is north.
Yeah,
What a
north is
concept.
north. No, 1A, 115.
oh, yeah.
So do we agree on this? Let's just start with this one. Do we agree on that?
Well, it's that whole east-west argument, because this is due north, due south, due east, and due west, not, you know what I'm saying?
So you saying you agree that it is correct?
It is, but the description saying northwest, northeast, and all that is wrong. It's north, east, south, and west.
Do you, no, seriously, it's not that the map is wrong, okay? There's the map. Of course, there's north, it's going up, right? So 1C is supposed to be, do you agree that's northwest?
Well,
There's
north is there.
I know.
North is this way.
Right. So C is, it's actually more north than it is,
Yeah,
it's more north than it is west.
it's north.
It's due north.
Due north.
It's due north.
But, being the person who made that map,
Oh,
East, west, south.
the explanation is,
Help save us here, you
Yeah,
know, from
please.
ourselves.
On Route
Please.
1A.
ex-
true north.
It's driving north.
Further divided into
under the premise that 1A, 115 is a north-south road, and 1A is an east-west road, generally, not due west or
But not here.
well, exactly, but,
1A.
so it's a general description, and that's why the map has to go with the article, so people know where exactly
Yeah,
it
the map
is.
has to go with the article.
It's not incorrect.
No,
It might
well,
be-
no,
You
no,
can
no.
argue whether it's more correct, less correct, but it's not incorrect. Can we agree it's not incorrect so we can move on? Like an hour, we have to go through 4 or 5 more articles.
I just want to point out,
Maybe get it.
I just want to point out that any questions we have tonight, we are either going, if the purpose of not having town meeting discussions is to get these questions out, then looking at it and having people
So if
go through this video and have this map displayed.
I'm just
it becomes
asking, is it
presentation.
incorrect? I think the
it
answer is
becomes
no, it's not
presentation, it'll be very important
incorrect.
in the presentation to
It's
just lay
more
out
of a convention.
this area, that area, this area, that area, regardless if you call it north, south, whatever.
Yeah, I'd
this
actually-
is the area.
I actually think that when you have the map, then they're more specific. 1A is south, 1B is west, C is north, and D is east. And it's not northwest and southwest.
But you're not going to a
But
point
don't worry
either.
about it.
It's an
Bring
area.
this. Bring this.
Northern.
You're okay if we have the map?
Unbelievable. Well, we have to vote on the map. It's part of this,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Yes,
Yeah.
it is. Well, we have it up on the big screen at the town meeting. Okay. Okay. So, so that quadrant, we're good. Let's continue to the next quadrant. And we're going to have to vote on the article in total anyway. So the next quadrant deals with C1B. And there's reference to auto freight storage facility. I know the town has been approached. There's some interest. There's the Going Concern, which is presently in, it's Walpole, correct? That there's some interest. I think they're renting space presently, leasing some property, and they're interested now in actually purchasing property and setting up a business. And it's an auto freight storage business. And there's a definition here that's provided. It's a facility that provides for the short-term storage of up to 150 motor vehicles per business that are A, in operating condition, B, for which an order has been placed to transport the vehicle to or from another location by means of a car carrier or store for an owner for up to 9 months, and for which service of on-site stored motor vehicles only is allowed and no on-site sale of motor vehicles is permitted except as may be authorized by state law for abandoned vehicles or non-payment of services rendered. So this is a definition. There was research done by the Zoning Bylaw Study Committee to bring some specificity to this auto freight storage term and to a specific business, so that, you know, hopefully we have a fit there, and that there's interest in developing a parcel in that quadrant. So I think for that quadrant, that might be the extent of the language. Anything you'd like to add to that? There's reference to a fence as well, fully screened by an opaque fence 6 foot high.
6 foot high fence. You got it?
Oh, yeah.
Microphone right behind it.
Yeah, we wanted to make sure that it was screened behind an opaque fence. The original fence height suggested was higher than 6, but as Bob correctly pointed out, that is the appropriate height that does not require a special permit.
Okay.
And 6 foot high should be adequate. It's the height of the present fence down in Walpole. I went down and looked at the operation down there, which is, by the way, not screened, but.
And for the folks at home, C1B is what quadrant? What is there presently?
C1B is what we call the Shire Development Park.
Correct. Okay. So this business, we envision a business in Shire Development, so it would be off
It will be
of 1A.
Off 1A,
off
off
of
115.
Pine Street,
It'll be hidden up in the back and further hidden behind an opaque fence.
Okay.
And not visible from the roads.
Okay. So. I guess the next quadrant is off Highway C1D. Okay, and evidently there's some interest in some type of residential construction, I guess, in terms of multi-unit
Yes,
type
we have
development.
We've been approached by a developer who's interested in possibly putting some multiple development housing in the C1 district, and upon further questioning, determined that it was in the C1, what is now called the C1D district. And as before in the other two quadrants, we decided that it was best to restrict that usage to that one quadrant, and hence the language that is written the way it is.
And which quadrant is that, Bob, just to be clear?
This is the Valley Street quadrant.
Correct.
Yeah, it's the
No, not
quadrant
Southwood
that
Hospital.
that borders on the Southwood property, actually, I think.
Yep.
But Southwood's a separate zone.
Yes, that's C6.
Right.
It's basically land behind the
Medical office.
potential project here that we heard
Yes,
this
it is.
evening, so it's basically, yeah, okay.
Not directly adjacent, it's the next property beyond the one that the...
Question was asked, the home, yeah, with the screening, yeah, okay. Yeah.
They call it Hannigan's, it's been there forever. I think they have some type of...
Could you be more specific as to exactly where this, what were you just talking about? I mean, I know it's my street, it's Valley Street. Okay. Okay, at the, where's Valley?
This is Valley, right?
Okay, so where's Pondville Hospital, right there? Okay, okay, so you have a developer who's proposing something on Route 1A?
No, on...
Are you going to be around for town meeting, Jeff?
In here.
Okay.
This
At
section
town
right
meeting?
here where I'm pointing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So from the hill.
All right, And this would be multifamily, would it be, like, how many units is there?
Why don't I read that, if you'd
Oh,
like? Well, I'll
okay.
do that right now, because it's actually the next item of business is actually to review. Residential dwellings at a density of not less than 4 units per 30,000 square
Not
foot or
less.
greater, or greater lot, and not more than 1 unit per 5,000 square feet of land. So
Can you
that's
tell-
the,
That was like that density of the man who presented.
Today,
Mr.
tonight.
Ahmed.
Right.
Mr.
Where
Ahmed.
is this relative to Roweens, do you know? Oh. Do you know where? Would part of it be on the property right across the street from my house? Might as well find out now. 21 Valley Street, formerly owned by Al DiMartino?
From Route 1A, 300 feet back, that's the start of it. And then from 1A, it would be 300 feet back, draw a straight parallel line with 1A, and then do the same thing with 115, 300 feet back, draw a parallel line with 115 in that area.
Oh, you're describing the area.
Yes.
I'm wondering where this developer, as long as we've been detailed about the developer with the truck storage. I know where, oh, Bob, okay, yes, I do know where it is.
Okay.
But I'm wondering where this is.
Just an area. There's no site plan approved, submitted.
But you said that somebody has come forward who's interested in building.
There's Hill Street, right?
Yeah.
And this is further up valley on the other side.
Yeah, but it looks like it's on Route
No,
1A,
no, this is 1A here.
Yeah, I know.
The gray area is the,
on highway.
on highway.
Right.
And that's 300 feet back, right? Is that right, Bob?
Mhm.
Yeah, 300.
Okay. So this is off highway, so
Yeah,
it's,
it's in the off-highway.
okay. All right.
It's on that side, the inner side.
I just
of
wanted to
the-
get my
No, that's
bearings.
fair enough. It's on the inner side of Valley Street.
Calm down, Walter. I'm not, I'm not. No, I mean, I'm kidding you. It's me who's getting like panicked. Okay. All right, that's good now. I know where it is.
okay, and the rest of the language, basically, it just does some housekeeping around those uses that we just discussed. So that's pretty much Article 10 in its entirety.
Yep.
Can I ask a question for presentation purposes? Can you start this presentation with the map?
In terms of, we have to
It's a
decide
very-
who's going to do what between the zoning bylaw study committee and
Okay.
planning
Well, these are
board.
all zoning bylaw study committee articles.
Yeah, but who's
So
going to get
they
up
would
and
present
Who's going to
everything.
make up and present?
It wouldn't be,
Well, last town meeting,
well, I know what happened at
So
last
let's-
town meeting, but
okay, so let's.
It's a great suggestion, though. It grounds the conversation
It does.
to
It's a-
show it, and then generally an overview describing we're trying to designate areas for certain uses. Here are the areas. Now we'll get into the more specifics.
And it isn't until the very end of the article that you're talking about a map, so people don't even realize that the map is included.
yeah, the end of Article 11, that's right. It's, the map is here where it says, oh, and add this, have a map.
Gotcha.
See,
No,
It's-
I mean, but that's Article 11. We're talking about Article 10.
No, it's at the
But
bottom
that's-
of Article 10, right,
Yeah.
right here.
Yeah, you said 11.
oh, I'm
Yeah.
sorry, I'm sorry.
So it's
I'm
the
sure
example.
Walter
At the very,
plans to
very
have
end,
a
yeah.
presentation for zoning bylaw.
It's the C1 district map, right, the example. It's the example 1 and 1A, which indicate the C1 district map. And that's, so you're talking about, that comes out, but it's being put back in a little bit
Right.
differently,
Yeah,
right?
right, right.
So that, introduce the map as part of the article, an integral part of the article.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
point well taken.
So everybody around the table is so familiar that they forget how to present it to someone that is confused. They come into the room confused.
Okay. So, I guess if there's no other comments about Article 10, I mean, what the planning board does need to do tonight is on each of these articles, we need to vote. The planning board has a vote. So is there any more comments?
Just the suggestion that the article be accompanied by the map at the town meeting is right on. That's what should be done. Agreed.
Don't we have to accept a map as a separate article? Isn't that where we ran into a problem before? That
Well-
we did something without a map?
Well, it was floodplain, and we were changing information on the map. This is just taking a map and calling different zones. don't know.
But it does add there's already a close-up zoning map of the C1 district.
Right.
This changes that to indicate just to label the 4 quadrants.
There are
So you would
actually
have to
two
update
maps
the map.
that are being changed.
Right, the other one is the overlay
The
district.
overlay district.
Oh, I thought they were all inclusive on this.
The overlay
Kind of
district is-
describes it as being all
For
inclusive.
example, if you look at the language of the article, it says example 1 and example 1A.
Yep.
And
It says
example 1 is the one we were discussing a few minutes ago, and 1A is the one that has the
I
overlay.
actually haven't seen that one.
It says delete example
That one?
1 and 1A.
Showed it to you
Oh.
at this point.
Okay.
But this,
Yes.
this is not in a format for a zoning article, though. I mean, the way it's written, and to say, and add the following, example 1A, you know,
Which section are you working in, Walter? When in deleting in example 1 and 1A is in what section of the bylaw?
It's in
what?
Article 10.
I know, what section of the zoning bylaw, though?
Uh,
Is it in J7A2E? Probably
It's
not.
in the appendix.
It's in the appendix.
I'll show you.
So I think that's when it says delete the following and add the following, the question is where?
Appendix, right.
Where's the deletion?
Yeah, it is, as Gina says, it's in the,
So
This is
prior
it's
to-
labeled example
at the
I.
back,
And then the other one is
the next page.
Supposed to be
one, well, I guess it's
Roman numeral.
1 and 1A.
So
No,
to
did the
delete,
appendix have?
so
is
to
it just
delete,
all one appendix, or does it have an appendix A, B, C, D?
It's all one appendix.
So yeah, before and to delete the following, it should say appendix.
Yes.
And to delete the following, appendix, and to add the following.
do you understand what we're saying, Walter? The location of where these maps are located.
I understand the issue, I do not understand the language you're suggesting to correct the issue.
So prior to you making any changes, you usually cite the current bylaw location in the document.
Okay.
So like the paragraph above says J7A2E. Where you finish that sentence, you say, and to delete the following, you should reference that's in the appendix.
Yeah, and in appendix.
And below, appendix, and to add the following. Because you're no longer in that section J7A2E.
Agreed.
Okay?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Any other comments, questions? Okay.
I'm
I
going
have a motion with that friendly amendment.
Move to accept Article 10 with the friendly modification to add the word appendix to each of the last paragraphs that we mentioned.
second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
That's a unanimous vote. Okay, Article 11. Article 11, to see if the town will vote to amend the Norfolk zoning map by adding the following parcel to the B1 outside the business core district. So this is map 14, block 49, lot 11, as shown on the attached map. So we don't necessarily have the map in our packet, but I think we're all familiar with this parcel, but we can have that conversation. So as shown on the attached map, or take any other action relative thereto. I had asked, we've done some due diligence on this in terms of listening to some of the comments, concerns from the prior town meeting, because this article actually was presented at that town meeting. But the town has done some due diligence. The planning board has done some due diligence to try to understand the concerns of residents and the protections that are in place, and as well as the protections that are not in place. So I guess, Gino, you had drafted something that I thought was pretty effective in terms of laying it out in terms of what exists vis-a-vis the concerns that were raised at the last town meeting, which for me personally is the reason why I'm comfortable with bringing this article to town meeting again, because there has been work done.
Okay, well, first of all,
Thank you.
kind of as as we discussed at on the conceptual plan at the beginning of the meeting, the concept of access needing to be from the frontage of a lot, the parcel we're talking about does not have frontage on Boardman Street. So any concern about accessing that lot from Boardman Street, the first hurdle would be the fact that it has no frontage on Boardman Street. Second, the land between that parcel and Boardman Street is owned by the town and has been used as Kids Place, and from what I understand, a determination was made. I watched the tape of a selectmen's meeting, and it sounded like from that town council just figured out that it's not subject to Article 97 protection, meaning it doesn't need to have a town meeting vote and state legislature vote to change the use. However, even
Does not need
that. That's my understanding. Because it wasn't specifically acquired or dedicated to park or playground use. Had it been acquired for or dedicated for park or playground use, it would have had that protection. So it could still get that protection at a subsequent town meeting.
It's not even going to be used for that in the future.
But even without that dedication, it still would require a town meeting vote to convey that land to another person, to bring it into common ownership. And thirdly, and probably in some ways as important as any of the other reasons, is case law says that you can't, and I cited a couple of cases here, you can't access land through one district to a different district if that first district doesn't allow the use in the second district. So if this is rezoned to B1 outside the business core, it can't be, and it's used for a use that's allowed in B1 but not allowed in R1, you can't access it through R1, regardless, even if you do own the land. So that's well-established case law. So,
in which case, now correct me if I'm wrong, that actually creates more protection for folks that are concerned about access to Boardman if that parcel becomes B1, because it creates that scenario where you've got a difference now between...
Exactly.
Well, what would happen there is that you would have to have a 2/3 town meeting vote to change the district versus a decision by the selectmen to sell off access.
Yes.
So.
Well, correct.
Right.
If in fact the zoning is changed for that parcel.
No, I mean,
and it becomes
let's
a
make the assumption
B1.
that the Kelly property is changed to B1.
Yeah.
Because this is in R1 or R2, Gino, I don't know if you said it, I mean, you can't access it. And the only way to change that is town meeting 2/3 vote.
Correct.
So, I mean, that's a huge...
I think we're saying the same thing.
Right.
By creating a B1, you actually create a protection in terms of access to Boardman.
Yes.
Because it's a different,
Right.
it's a different zoning
Right.
district.
There are a couple of other things I mentioned, too. The zoning bylaw also says that in the B1, specifically in the B1 district, you can't have a building structure, parking, driveway, or anything less than 50 feet from an adjacent parcel that's in residential use. And you can't, let's see, wait a minute. You can't have, you can't be within 100 feet of a residential district. So, and you have to have a green, or I'm sorry, if you're within 100 feet of a residential district, you have to have a 30-foot green belt thickly planted. And you cannot have a driveway or parking less than 50 feet to a residential district. So there's protection in a number of ways, even without access from Boardman.
Okay. I thought you did a nice job on this, by the way.
Awesome.
So, I guess with that, this is a public hearing, so, if there's folks here this evening that would like to comment, yeah, Walter?
I have a question. Should this article pass and that piece of property be included in B1 and then subsequently developed into multiple unit housing, is there not some requirement for emergency second access to a piece of property like that after a certain level of development occurs, a certain number of people or whatever?
From Boardman? Any secondary access?
I don't know the answer to that. I mean, if there was, I mean, I know we've done things with like locked gates and such that, you know, emergency personnel could use,
Well,
but I don't know if it's required.
I was referring to particularly the lock gate access, second access to the H. Olive Day School, which comes off Medway Street. There's a gate there, and Cole Bushnell and his people could bust through the gate in an emergency and get in if they had to. And I thought that there was also a requirement, not necessarily for public, but also for private, if the density, population density in those buildings exceed a certain number, you had to have a second access, emergency access, not regular, routine, permanent access, but...
I don't know the answer to that.
There's no specific requirement.
No?
It's kind of a practice.
No
You'd like
trigger,
to,
yeah.
you like to see a secondary access, but there's no specific, if you exceed a certain threshold, you have to have it. There's nothing like
There's
that.
thresholds and subdivision regulations for
Yeah.
streets, but not
Okay, I stand corrected, thank you.
sites.
But in the form of any kind of site plan review, given the fact that there are two roadways, Medway Branch and that drainage roadway down there, maybe that would come into play as an undeveloped road. Heck, if Chief Cole said that that old Toils End Road extension was okay to bring a truck down, which is in the middle of the woods, then I think he could find a way into the back of that developed property a lot easier, so.
So, I mean, let me ask a question, maybe based on the last town meeting, my recollection was that the concerns, they may have been exclusively dealing with, Boardman, in terms of Boardman access. I could be wrong. Maybe there were some other concerns that were raised. Any recollection in terms of any other issues that were brought up at the last town meeting? You gentlemen were there. I mean, if it wasn't all the concerns, it was virtually all the concerns had to do with Boardman access, is my recollection.
I think it was more business district creep. I've spoke with a few of the abutters since then, and they've made the comment of, we used to have Bicentennial Park, now it's a roadway, next thing it's going to be lots, this, that, the other thing. I mean, that was a unique situation because the land was owned by, or controlled by the school committee. That didn't require zoning changes and things like that. The changes on this property are clearly big hurdles. So
I did hear at the meeting, and since then, the concept of B1 creep, not in terms of my neighborhood's getting developed, but our district isn't that vibrant. And why do we have to expand it when the activity should be in the parcels that are just don't have the tenancy that they need? I think it's a valid concern. I've heard it a lot, but I don't think it's within the town's control. So I don't think there's anything we could do about it. But it's still out there.
I mean, that comes back to that old chicken and the egg argument. What comes first, the doorways or the stores? I mean, and I think it's proven out. We've got a whole, approved commercial subdivision right out here, sitting dead because our doorways aren't there. We need the doorways.
Or they don't want to develop it because they'd rather bank it.
They want to bank the supermarket site. I'll agree with you there, but the other site's not necessarily.
I'm not saying it's a personal opinion. You asked what did I hear on what did I hear on town meeting?
No, that's fair.
I heard it on town meeting.
That's what we want to do. I mean, one of the things that I mentioned at the last town meeting was because of the proximity to town center and to rail.
Yeah.
That property may be more attractive. It may be developed, in the shorter term. Having said that, we heard a plan here tonight for 13 units, multifamily
26
units.
26
Well, I'm sorry.
26
well,
units, yes.
Yeah, 13
Yeah,
structures, I guess.
Yeah.
26 units, yeah. So, but yeah, I mean, it's appropriate for the discussion, certainly. Tom, you gonna add something? I see there's some comments, yeah, Walter.
Mr. Chairman, the issue that Peter raised about chicken and egg and doorways versus stores, you may recall at the last town meeting, there were a number of articles directed at the B1 Center to try to foster more commercial development and more residential development in the town center. Most of them passed. These two, number 11 and 12, did not. When we met to discuss these proposed articles with the selectmen, they said they would take the initiative to stand up at town meeting and preface 11 and 12 with the purpose of all these articles and what we're trying to do in town center, and hopefully assuage some of the potential arguments with their description of what's going on and why we're trying to do this.
Yeah, Mr. Kelly?
Kelly, Rockwood Road. 3 years ago, we sat down, we started the downtown development committee. A lot of that was based on the housing and the commercial. And again, my property, I was asked to go to a meeting, which I did, and that's where it all started. And, unfortunately, a lot of the parcels over here they've been landlocked. The storefront over there, but the square footage is so expensive that people haven't been able to make a profit or underwrite it where it is profitable. So that's where I came forward, and my property, I allowed it to be put into the B1, which I was asked if I wanted to be put in the B1. Originally we started talking about the 40R, which was actually in the master plan. So, I didn't pursue that because the density was not to my liking. So then I was asked if I wanted to have my property put in the
Because it was
B1.
too dense.
It was too dense.
Yeah,
That's
you
correct.
didn't
That's correct.
want to build out to that.
And one of the other things about the town meeting, I think people thought that I was just going to acquire Kids Place. Well, that's not, I've got enough land as it is. I never wanted Kids Place. It was never my intention. If they have any issues, which people did, they should go to the town about it. I mean, they talk about a parking lot on there, but that's not my issue. That's the town owned property. So a lot of those things there wasn't enough time. Nobody spoke on behalf. There was no clarity on why it was up there. So and the map was like looked like Texas for crying out loud. I don't think that helped as well.
No. But one thing that wasn't pointed out in the map, and if I'm the person to do it, I'd be happy to do that, is that you have limited frontage, and the property development would be in the back behind the other residential units. So we wouldn't even see the development from 115. And yet it's a perfect place for that kind of density because you can walk to town center.
Absolutely.
So it's a really good it's actually a very good area for that kind of density.
And a lot of things.
And commercial isn't going to work there.
At the time, I'm sorry.
And commercial's not going to work there.
No, commercial won't work there. But at the time there was a lot of things going on. They were trying to get funding for the bridge and money for infrastructure, and that's one of the reasons why I said, okay, I'd have my property, allow my property to be put in there. So then I find myself sitting at town meeting defending and listening to comments with just total erroneous, about bringing one piece in there, and that was never my intent. So again, it's important it's a perfect location if you're going to put that kind of development. Like you say, you sit back there. You don't even know it's there. I don't even know it's there now. I don't think most people even knew I had a nice private home there in the back until it was put into the B1, and now it's. But anyway, so a lot of things people were coming up with things that just were erroneous. They weren't true. I have no intention to Kids Place.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. If there are no further comments, questions, I guess, do I have a motion to approve Article 11.
Move to approve Article 11.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. It's a unanimous vote. Article 12. Okay. Article 12 is, it's another article that appeared during the fall town meeting. However, the point was made that there was some confusion to reference to lot sizes, I guess, and we'll get into that in a moment. So to read the article, to see if the town will vote to amend Section I-4A11 residential density of the Norfolk zoning bylaws by deleting the word 16 and replacing with 32, so that it reads as follows. I-4A11 residential density. Residential dwelling units except assisted living facilities shall not have more than 2 bedrooms per unit. Residential densities except for assisted living facilities shall not exceed a ratio of 32 bedrooms for any single lot, and parenthetically, lot size at 30,000 square feet or greater, except by special permit. Residential densities for assisted living facilities shall not exceed a ratio of 16 bedrooms per acre for any single lot, parenthetically, lot size at 30,000 square feet or greater, except by special permit by the Zoning Board of Appeals, or take any other action relative thereto. So basically, because there are certain definitions in terms of what lot means, this article now has some specificity in terms of the square feet for said lot. And that, I guess, was not present at the last town meeting.
Well, that was the
So-
issue that we had with it, the planning board had with it.
Mhm.
I don't think that was the issue that the people at town meeting had, but.
We made a friendly amendment, I guess, and the friendly amendment failed because we were trying to bring some specificity, and then the actual...
confused them.
The actual article in the warrant then failed. That's my recollection. So we tried to bring some specificity. It may not have been exactly how it's specified here.
But I think this makes it pretty clear.
Absolutely. I mean, I thought we were all on the page with the friendly amendment, so.
Okay. Comments, questions?
Make a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve Article 12.
Second.
Further discussion?
I
Yeah. Yep.
I don't necessarily think that it was. I don't necessarily think that was the main concern. I think
At town
people
meeting,
at town
yeah.
meeting, people at town meeting were afraid you're increasing zoning, increasing the density by, one time again. It's 16 now. You're getting 32. We're gonna have 32 bedrooms. That's what. I mean, I don't know that it's. I honestly am not sure that 30,000 square feet does it for me. I might vote against it.
And just to be clear, so this is the B1, this is
I understand.
the business core, so we're not
understand.
talking about, outside the business core,
Mhm.
right? So, the idea here is to come up with zoning which can support development, and that's what the intent is, that this would better support development.
I've got 2 weeks. I don't,
It is. It's
I
about
don't
the
agree
downtown
that the only way to support development is more residential. I honestly believe that we can do more to bring commercial in. And that residential is certainly, very attractive. But we've been around a long time. There was a time when the planning board was, really getting maligned because all we were doing was approving residential. And now things have come around so that now all we want in our B1 district is more residences. I'm just not there yet. It's a personal,
Okay.
it's personal.
Okay.
Motion's been made and
Okay,
seconded.
so motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Aye. No.
Okay, so that's a,
Yeah.
it's a 4-1 vote.
Number 13, I don't believe is ours. This is a town bylaw.
Yeah.
This is not a zoning bylaw.
Yes,
so-
it is a zoning
Oh, this is
bylaw.
a zoning bylaw?
Wait a second, we discussed this, I thought,
Well, it's in one of the quadrants that we're proposing it be located, but
An article.
oh.
Yeah, this is the
no,
this is the
remember there was
whole
a
debate
question-
about the moratorium versus
Right.
Yeah,
specifying where it's allowed to go. So
Right.
what's the latest on that? This has been changing, I guess, because legitimately changing because we're waiting for more direction, more case.
I think there
study
was two
from other
towns
towns.
already that got it approved by the Attorney General after they had already passed it, and that gave comfort level. What was
With
it?
this cutoff date.
Right.
That's right. This is a belt and suspenders approach. The belt, we've already approved in the earlier article talking about the C1 district, where we created a district for medical marijuana treatment. And this is the suspenders, which says, hey, we're going to hold on implementing anything until this date, which was approved by the Attorney General in looking at moratorium in one of the other towns. It
Actually,
said
two
you,
different towns have already got it.
two different towns, all
So
right.
does this get IP'd if the other article passes?
No.
No.
I
They
mean,
can-
one
they
doesn't
can
affect
both-
the other.
They survive, they both survive? Okay.
And once we hit that date, the other one will.
We're open for
effect.
business.
Yeah.
One
Now, you're
thing-
saying that this is a
Well,
zoning article?
it should be, anyway, but it doesn't refer to the zoning bylaw at all, I'm noticing. I thought that it was, that town council was going to propose the same bylaw that, has been acted on in many other towns.
Oh.
Because usually what they do, too, is have a rationale that, the state has not come up with regs, we need time to figure it out, that type of thing. And that's why, to justify the moratorium, so.
We can kick it at town meeting then.
Well, I can't see this as being a zoning article. It's got no reference to where it would be located
That's what I'm
or
saying, it
anything
doesn't,
else.
Yeah,
it doesn't have that
That's why
reference.
I thought it was a town bylaw.
But it should be, because it's the zoning bylaw that determines uses that are allowed in the town.
Right.
And that's why
Yeah,
this.
I don't know.
So to make it a zoning bylaw, you would say.
You'd have to
You'd-
pick a
you'd ha-
section here.
You'd have to say in section, we know this,
Maybe section
I know.
F, general regulations. F14.
or is it uses allowed within article, within C1 sub-district?
Well, it's the whole town.
Right.
It's the whole town.
Oh, it's the
The
whole town.
moratorium's for the whole town.
Even though the overlay district, yeah, okay.
Was Article 14 advertised as a zoning article, as part of the public hearing?
Yep.
Yes.
It is?
Okay, I tell you what, why don't we, you want some time to research that? So as we got a deadline here in 20 minutes, it's going to be midnight,
Yeah.
so we got some other business. You want us to come back to it?
I mean, what, it's,
Does that pick a
Why
section?
don't you approve it subject to the definition of which article?
if it needs an amendment on the floor, what difference does it make?
Well, we'll try and get it in the language, if you can come up with it between now and midnight.
I mean, we
Can I
can't
ask-
change the article anyways.
Can I
It's
ask
been
if
advertised.
the effective date is for the moratorium, right?
Correct.
I suggest that vote to place a moratorium effective through June 14th, that phrase be moved to be descriptive of the moratorium, not to be descriptive of any action related thereto.
This is the language that was approved or suggested by town council and has been approved in other towns, accepted by the Attorney General.
Yeah,
It's
they
kind of
lifted
amazing.
this based
They-
on.
And bylaw has a capital B in it,
No,
so there's a bylaw,
Gino, I
No,
think, is saying that
the
that's not
concept of the
true.
moratorium is what's approved.
not the language.
But
The
it-
language?
No, I think the language,
Maybe. The ones I've seen anyway in other towns have
have they had their town meeting yet? Has it been accepted?
No.
Okay, let's.
Why are we
let's-
rewriting
I
this?
tell you what, why don't we vote on this, and we can always do
Yeah,
a friendly amendment.
subject to language
Okay.
changes or something like that.
Okay. So do I have a motion to approve Article 13?
You move to approve Article 13 with additional research to find out what section of the bylaws it should be placed within.
Second.
Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous vote. I guess with that...
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bob.
I guess with that, I think we can close the...
I make a motion to close the public hearing on the zoning bylaws.
Second.
Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Aye.
8 o'clock, done.
Okay, next item of business.
Should we skip Toils End and go?
Yeah,
to the,
there's no one here this evening for that item anyway. And I have some good news in that regard. So,
like it.
Okay.
the decision regarding 242 Dedham Street. So, Mr. Quaglieri, you've been waiting patiently, for the most part. You've been waiting patiently. You did ask a few questions and make a few statements. Okay, so, why don't you come up and we'll try to work this. We don't have a whole lot of time, but let's try to do what we can here.
All right.
Okay.
Betsy, do
We have the draft decision.
you have vouchers?
And Gino, correct me if I'm wrong, you and I had a conversation and you made some adjustments and so we have that here. That's what we have as the most up-to-date draft decision from you.
The most recent one.